Hi, everyone. Welcome to Office Hours. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll see a little link down below. You can join the conversation in Zoom if you'd like. If you are in the attendees and looking at the participants or the panelists and thinking that you know more, some time today, some of you will watch us talk and know that you could have done better. And you might have been able to. So we'd love to have you come here and give it a shot. We open the doors at 6. You don't have to get here at 6, but we all start talking at 6 and chatting. We hand out the Discord link between 6:30 and 6:40. Discord is where we all keep talking between these shows. And then between 6:40 and 6:45, we do the mic checks. Once we do the mic checks, we're not going to add anybody else to the panel. So if you'd like to join us in the panel, then you need to be here by 6:40 Pacific Standard Time. At 7 o'clock, we start our Q&A. Now, generally, Q&A is 1 hour, but open Q&A on Saturdays is 2 hours, unless we run out of questions. Then we take a big break, which we haven't done yet. We keep on threatening to, but somehow the attendees keep on coming up with more questions. And that really is your job as an attendee, is not just to listen, but to ask questions and vote questions up and down. You're really driving the conversation with what you vote on and what you ask. So our job as panelists is to talk about those questions. I used to say answer the questions, but we can't promise anything. We're doing the best we can. We haven't seen these before. Anyway, so we'll kick them around and see what we can do with them. Today, we've got from 7 to 9, we're doing general Q&A. And then from 9 to 11 or so, or when we run out of questions, we'll do education. So we're focused on education. And so we'll be talking through, we know a lot of people are trying to get up to speed. And so we're trying to provide a place for them to ask those questions. And so if you've got questions about education, make sure to put EDU : in your question right now. That way we know to save it for the second half of the morning. So anyway, so we're going to go ahead and jump into the questions. If you want to share this, a lot of this, because the show is really a function of everybody that's in it. It is important to have people joining. so if you want to share it, you can share this link and people can join us. All right, so let's get into the questions here. Let me move across. I on Saturdays and Sundays I often run this myself so that I can make sure everything's going well. Katie Lake asks, whilst debugging a couple of stages in my audio chain, but having sorted out the video, I am looking to buy a mid-range budget earpiece that won't fall out. Suggestions. I'll be ready to pop into the panel soon, I promise. Well, we'd love to have you, so hurry up. The one that we send out to a lot of folks is a OTTO IFB. I mean, that's the one we send out the most to folks, that it's just relatively inexpensive. I'm using an Audio Implements. This is a little bit more expensive. This is kind of the industry standard for broadcast. It's Audio Implements, and it's got a bunch of different versions. And this is a PO15, I believe, a little transmitter, and then you have the in-ear clarifier, and then the cables. And so that's what I use. But the Auto works just as well for most people, and you can put them in; they won't come out. Jeffrey?
Really, just kind of curious. Do you also send? I'm assuming you send clean buds with that, but do you send different size buds as well when you send out your IEMs?
So we used to send different ones. This one has like a little. It's got like a little fringe. These little pine tree. of stuff. It'll stick into any ear we find. I mean, you have to have a really small ear. We have had a couple people with a really, really small ear that can't fit this in, but almost nobody. It's just a matter of pushing hard enough, to get it in there. But it doesn't have to go all the way in. It just has to go in until it stops, and then it works. Obviously, we send them new. We don't send used ones to folks. So all the earbuds are clean. An interesting note about that: if you are making them available to talent, we have a whole little rigmarole that we do with that, which is that and I don't know what we're gonna. In COVID, they're going to come in the box that we bought them in, and we're not going to open. We're going to literally shake them out of the box, and we're not going to touch them at all. But in the past, what we did with the little earpieces is we would clean them very, very carefully, and then and there's a whole bunch of processes to that. But the main thing is we don't just put them on and stick them into someone's ear. We have it in a little plastic bag, and then we have the earpiece without it connected. And then in front of the talent, we carefully pop it on and then put it into their ear or give it to them. But that theater is important, regardless of how carefully we cleaned it. We want to show that we thought about it and cleaned it. Otherwise, they get uncomfortable. Except for Sal Khan, for some reason, he was just like, "Oh, I don't care. Just do whatever you do." Like Sal Khan was like, and just he goes, "I'll just figure out my body will just figure out how to manage those germs." And so he's the only person I've had that just didn't care at all. Go ahead, Victor.
So I've mentioned this before, the MEE Audio Sport5 earphone, the one that I'm wearing now. They're like 1.2 Collins. They're $10.99 and they're clear. These are stereo. I wouldn't recommend them for music, but for what we're using them here, they've been really fantastic.
I think remember also with any of these earpieces that work well is to get an extension, like a 3-foot extension, just so you can get it around you. The earpieces, the ear headphones generally won't have that ready to go. Go ahead, Garrick.
I would just say, don't wait for the perfect kit to come along and join in, because one of the joys of being part of this group is to watch people build up and increase their kit and make it better every week. So don't be afraid.
Yeah, we'd love to have you. So definitely what makes this rich is everyone jumping in. And if you go back and look at older ones, you'll see that all of us keep on improving. Even mine was like a gray cloth going by, and then it was a weird green screen, and then it was a weird, all of us keep on evolving. So definitely don't feel like you have to be finished when you get here. Reasonably good audio is good, but outside of that, I wouldn't worry about it too much. And Sky, you were showing, what are you showing there, Sky?
That's the extension. It's the USB extension. I was trying to get like an 1/8-inch mini extension, but no, it's the 4-foot USB extension.
And you could do either. Yeah, you could do. I use an 1/8. Mine is I have a thing about braided cables. So mine's the 3-foot one. You can always tell my cables, because for whatever reason I have an obsession with braided cables. So braided exteriors. Mickey, you were gonna say something about that?
This is Collins price.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was just gonna comment on like people evolving like with their setups. Like, I remember Sky's skull candy setup, and I remember Hasmuk, and everyone here is just leveling up.
Mickey, when Mickey started, he was like smoking up a storm with a wide shot, like in the corner, and he wouldn't turn his I was like, you have to turn your camera on. He's like, I don't want to turn my camera on. And I was like, you got to turn your camera on. Now look at him. He's like a superstar in our little group. And so it all starts slowly, and it's worth it. Go ahead, Colin. I can't tell whether you're holding something up or raising your hand.
Yes, so I'm doing both. That was the idea. I guess I could have gone palm side or something.
Right.
So this is the HYS listen only police earpiece that comes in packs of 2. Now this one comes, specific to your point, this one comes with 2 different types of ear cups. An open ear cup that it doesn't show up well on camera, but it's a looser fit that fits within the cartilage structures of one's ear canal better, but is open backed, versus the sports style earpiece that you typically see on sports earbuds that hold tightly and provide a completely closed experience. These things come in packs of the earpiece itself comes with both styles of ear cups, and the earpiece itself comes in packs of 2, and they sell for 2 Collins. So $14.
Go ahead, Bill.
And on the other side of things, I started with the least expensive earbud I could find, which I had a bunch of them around, so I used to use them on cameras. Single-sided collapses stereo to mono cost, I think, $15 or so. And then I decided, something, I'm doing a lot of this, so I went for the higher end. And it's these little teeny, tiny in-ear things that you would not want to listen to music on, but they're absolutely gorgeous for voice monitoring. They are security industry headphones. They have little coils that let them stretch a little bit, and they're highly engineered, and they work great, but they're expensive. This is, $19 versus $150.
Yeah. And
what did you say the brand was on those, Bill?
Bill, what was the brand? He's trying to put it. He can't hear us talk because he's putting his earpiece in. Oh, now we can't hear you talk. You go ahead and say it again. In ear.
Muted.
And these are ear heroes, which I use occasionally too. These are the about $150 as well. And
You can't hear Bill at all.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Bill.
I'm sorry. My apologies. It's N-Ear is the company, and these are
M-Ear.
about 150. And so if you want to get up to something that you're going to have for a long time, the wires themselves are extremely small, but I've been astonished. They're extremely robust. I'm
Yeah.
twisting them and turning them and coiling them, and they're really kind of like armored almost.
Yeah, the ear heroes are very popular in security. The reason how I found out about them is I was working on a gig, and I walked up to someone in Secret Service, and I was like, can I ask you a question? And he looked at me like he was going to shoot me. And he just said, yeah, what do you want to know? And I was like, what earpiece do you use? And then he got really excited. He's like, oh, these are ear heroes. They're really great. And he's explaining to me. I was like, so anyway, go ahead, Hosmuk.
Do you know if they get to choose the type?
They do.
The
Yeah, they
type
pick
of end earpiece they use. Or?
Oh yeah, they all have different ones. Yeah,
Huh.
they're definitely not a standard issue for those.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
go
while we're talking about things, here's beautiful braided USB extension
There
cables.
you go. Nice. Well played.
Yes.
Hosmuk.
Yeah, my very first week of office hours was during our lockdown, and I used my MacBook Pro laptop, just that, the computer speaker and the computer mic, and I had a lid all the way down till I realized when I was looking at everybody on the telly, I could see everybody's nostrils, and I looked at myself in hindsight. So I have to warn Katie that this show can be quite infectious. Does have side effects because you'll end up being a virtual snob before you know it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Victor. Last thing, and we'll move on.
Yeah, I was just showing these are your heroes. I have a
Yep.
set of those as well.
Yeah. And which one do you like better?
These feel a little uncomfortable in my
Hey,
ear canal.
You got to get there's a little end for them. It either came with it. It comes with some of them. So there's like a little rubber end. Otherwise, they're horribly uncomfortable. There's a little rubber grommet that goes around them. That's like a little typical earpiece that you'd have in it. If you don't have the little inserts there, it will.
That thing right there.
Yeah. You still find it?
Yeah, I just found it. It
Okay,
was
good. Yeah,
literally in the box.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Definitely put those on. Without them, it's not comfortable at all. It feels like it's ripping your ear out.
Okay.
So next question here is from Tony. He said, what is the hardware and software the panel is using during office hours? Examples: ATEM, OBS, Mixer, etc. My setup right now is pretty simple, just because I had to tear it apart and haven't put it back together yet, but I'll have it back together soon. I have a Blackmagic studio, just the studio camera, the 4/3 camera that goes into into the web presenter and then into Zoom. Mine's a pretty straightforward system at the moment. Oftentimes I have a ATEM Mini or a Constellation, one or the other, going into it. So it just depends on what I'm doing. And then I have a Scorpio, sound device. Scorpio is my audio. Go ahead, Jeffrey. Which is way overkill, by the way. Don't get a Scorpio to do your web audio. It's absurdly expensive for what I use it for. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
I have a Sony AX700, which I usually use to go out for conferences and stuff like that. So it's sitting here being the main camera. It goes into a Magewell card, which is it's the Magewell Pro 4 HDMI capture card. That goes into Wirecast. Wirecast comes out via NDI straight to Zoom.
Go ahead, Sky.
For many of the 150 some days that we've been doing this, I was just coming straight out of the MacBook Pro, like Hosmuk. I am now doing the Lumix GH4 HDMI into an ATEM Mini Pro, using a Countryman E6, going into a Rode Go, the Rode Go going straight into the ATEM Mini Pro.
Colin?
I'm doing the cheapo audio kit that we were just talking about into a Yamaha, into the MacBook Pro, and on the video side, I have a no-name HD camcorder running into a Magewell card into the MacBook Pro, and on that machine, I'm running currently I'm running Windows. Although I switch back and forth, and Wirecast I've on other occasions with the exact same setup, I'll run Mac, any combination of Windows and Wirecast, Mac and Wirecast, Windows and OBS, Mac and OBS. Currently, my only requirement for Windows is the Unreal Engine, so I don't have a particular preference in that regard.
Bill and then Joseph.
Laptop audio interface, ATEM Mini, and an ATEM Blackmagic 6K. And so that's all the hardware that I'm using for the video and audio chains. I will say I put more time and effort into lighting than I have into the rest of stuff.
Yeah. Joseph.
This is the Canon 80D. It's just a DSLR with a 24 millimeter f 2.8, and that's plugged into the computer directly via USB. And I'm using an app called SparkoCam to not only have it show up as a webcam, but I can do things like mess with the white balance and the ISO and the aperture without actually having to touch the camera physically. I can just do everything via software, and it pumps that back into the camera. This is a Samsung Q2U, and I'm using the LumeCube Panel Mini, which is just I can't show you now because I'm using it, but it's about this big, but basically the size of a, I don't know, credit card roughly. And it's a USB-C powered and battery powered LED light. And what's nice is it just plugs right into the hot shoe of the camera. So I don't have to worry about mounting it separately or like putting it on a Gorilla Pod or finding desk space for it, because it's just right on top of the camera.
Right.
So what software you mentioned?
It's called SparkoCam, SPARKOCAM. If you have a Nikon or Canon DSLR, it allows you to use it as a webcam. I know that they've released software that allows you to do it as well. The problem with that is that that's all very manual, so you have to actually change all of the settings physically on the camera, and if you have it mounted, then it's kind of hard sometimes because you don't want to mess with the placement of it. But here I can just go in and like, you know, mess with the, as you can see, like right now I'm just changing the white balance, and that's just right within the software, and it does it within the camera without, again, me having to touch it, which is very convenient.
This,
Does it
and I think
support
this-
Sony? Is the Sony line supported by that?
I don't know. Not that I can tell, but I would just check on their site. It lets you do some basic stuff too, like if I go in here, I can.
If possible, paste the link in the Mukana and then
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
I just did.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Sparkle also has a free version, but it puts a bug on your screen.
Yeah,
So
it's like $50 or something if you want to pay for it. I think they have a deal where if you only care about like if you only have a Canon DSLR, you can buy a Canon only license. Same with Nikon, and it's cheap.
Yep.
Relatively
Cosmo?
speaking.
Yeah, my MacBook Pro straight into Zoom, but the audio is through the DPA mic into a mix pre with a Sidekick in-ear monitor and a few lights. And then I have a Brio camera as my video. Comes with a very special feature called the Hasbrook Move. And outside of that, it's pretty cool.
That's great. Anyway, so that gives you guys got an overview of. I don't know if we can do the Hosmic move. Hold on, I'll request it. Hold on, here we go. Here I've. This is the Hosmic move that I'm actually moving his camera, not Hosmic. So that's the ability. The Brio is able to, on top of looking good, you can actually control it from. I wish it would just do half of that. There we go. There we go.
Can you focus on that mesmerizing flame behind him?
I'm sure we can. Hold on. Let's see. We'll go over here. Then we'll go. Oh. Whoa. Oh. I lost control.
Alex, can you slow walk what you're doing just for those who are being amazed?
I requested control of Hosmuk's of his Brio camera, and I have a little controller that has pluses and minuses and so on and so forth. I can't really screen share or zoom into Zoom, but I'm able to have a lot of control over his camera by me zooming out. But that's all being done on my side. Hosmuk's just hanging out. It's a little, I will say the pan is a little tweaky. You can see how it kind of jumped twice, but I only hit once. So it's hard to get it just right.
And that's a digital zoom, not a mechanical zoom, correct?
It's not a mechanical zoom, but it's a digital zoom, but it's not the okay, I'm gonna let that go. Thanks, Hosmoke. It is not a it's going inside of a 4K frame. So it's sending up 1080p, but it's a 4K frame, so it can just pan and tilt. It can pan and scan inside of the frame on the Brio. It's one of the reasons that we're looking at, standardizing on either the Huddle Cam or the Brio, is specifically because if I send that out to a client and they don't get it quite right, I don't have to keep on having them move it. Like, can you do this? Can you move this around or whatever? I can just go, and we'll just hold on for a second, and now we'll get you framed up. So I wish it had just a little bit more fine control than it does, but it's still better than trying to explain to clients what to do there. Now, go ahead, Bill.
This is interesting because I've watched you do that now a couple of times, and I think the industry needs a new little language for when you cede control of your camera to somebody. Here's we're starting, it's formalized, you're doing it for a while, and then we're stopping doing it and it cedes it back. And the reason I'm saying that is because everybody in the back of their mind has this, oh my gosh, this means somebody else is going to take control of my camera while I don't give them permission.
As an event producer, I can say that what we need is that you give me control at the beginning of the event, and then at the end of the event, I give up control. But
my point really is that having a little formal thing like please and thank you that goes around this could start now.
Well, I have to request it from Hosmoke now. So, so it's not, there is a please and thank you right now. Like I can't just start using his
but I would think people other than you who has vast experience in this will just start doing this without that.
No, but you have to. I have to. Like I can't.
It's a software controlled permission system.
Yeah, I have to request control of the camera from Hosmoke to have control of the camera. Like I don't. What you're asking for is already there. Like we can't. Okay. I can't just take over the camera. Again, as a event producer, I think that there should be a setting inside of Zoom that just says I'm going to ask for meeting-wide control of cameras as they come in, and everyone has to just say yes or no on the way in, and then I get a little heads up because it's too hard to ask for control of the camera in the middle of the event. Like when people are talking in a round table, it doesn't work. So, there kind of has to be an event way of doing things. In a general meeting, you're absolutely right. We should be asking for each person's whatever. When they're coming in as a panelist for an event, I need to set up all of the rules of engagement as they come in for the entire length of the meeting so that we can get things done. So that's the.
I totally support that. I'm just saying that you did what I think was a fabulous job in schooling us to raise our hands, and it became a cultural thing here. No. And then everybody who comes in now understands that and does it. And so I'm saying there may be some use for that out there because somebody's going to hack this, and we'll see.
Yep. It's been around for a long time, so it's not that new. So if someone was going to hack it badly, it would have been hacked. I mean, it's been around since from at least all summer because we've been playing with it all summer. Go ahead, Victor, and then.
So
Paul.
Bill, just instead of you've got the comm, you can just say you've got the cam.
Something like that.
Why?
Maybe it's not necessary.
The issue with events is that we're very informal and we're talking through all those things. But in an event, when I'm actually working on the event, we don't want any inside baseball being discussed during the event. We want everyone talking just to talk about what they're talking about. So if they say, I can't hear something or can I do something or whatever, on our side, we consider that a failure. And then there's a whole bunch of meetings about how to never have that happen again. So while we talk about it as inside baseball, because this is what we do, when we do real events for outside folks that are public, we don't want any discussion about anything. Like if they're talking about brain surgery, we just want them to talk about brain surgery. We don't want them to talk about their camera or their presentation, or even, can you bring our slide up? Like all of that stuff is, that stuff should be all managed, in the back end from an event perspective. It's also why most of our events, we don't do inside of Zoom like this. We do point-to-point connections with all the panelists so that now we can talk to them. I can say, hey, Bill, I need you to lean over a little bit or whatever, because I'm not in a shared audio environment. So it's not, anyway, it's
what triggered it for me was the old boaters thing of permission to come aboard. I mean, it's not a formal thing. It's not written down somewhere, and I wondered if just wondering, and you've explained it to me. Now I think I'm wrong in thinking this needs to be there because you articulated that it's already there. I just think those kind of social greasing things are really valuable.
In general meetings, yeah, absolutely. In events, we just don't. We need you to know that when you walk into the building, there's a whole bunch of set of rules. You know, it's like when you get that sticker in the front when you walk into, hey, we're filming. You might be on camera. That's everybody walking into the room knows that's how that's going to turn out.
Why does every single panelist have that feature request camera control? Because I know most of the people here don't have that feature enabled on their cameras. If you click on anybody's little portrait thing,
yeah, I don't know.
It drops down. It says request camera control under pin video.
You should always assume that when you see stuff like that, it's just poor software design. It's more common than you'd expect.
Yeah, Sky.
Bill, I think what you're referring to is etiquette, and as also timing, and as the chit chat happens between 6 and 7 is what I discovered, interruptions, and again, that Alex has created a around the campfire social gathering, but then at 7 o'clock, it's everybody facing forward to the panel. It's a different delineation. And as I observe the social gathering here.
I mean, I think that one of the things that we noticed that I noticed as we started this, and also just in general, is that you needed to give the panelists some time to warm up. You need to get them, and for a variety of reasons. One is for them to warm up themselves, but then also for us to work out technical issues and, other bits and pieces. Again, we've done thousands of events, and many of them, the best parts of them were in the pre-show. Like we were, like the pre-show is this incredible conversation, and then they get on the show and they're okay. But a lot of times that pre-show is really good, but it allows us to sort out a lot of things that we wouldn't sort out otherwise as panelists. And I really have the first hour as time for the panelists to get to hang out with each other and talk about things and be more informal. And we're less stringent about raising your hand and, everything else.
We're stretching like a good athlete.
Yeah. And then the kind of the mental delineation that changes our zone is actually, instead of trying to have everybody do it, like, okay, we're going to talk right up to the top of the hour and then try to shift gears, we pause everything, which is called a mic check. So that's kind of like in addition to making sure that our audio is really good and our internet's really good and we're sorting things out, it's kind of a it's a process that tells us we're about to start the show.
I just messed up, Alex. I requested camera control from Colin.
Okay.
He took over his camera and turned him gray.
Yeah, there
yes,
you go.
we discovered.
Sorry,
all right.
We discovered.
Colin.
It's fine. We discovered that this bug is more severe than we thought. Not only can you request camera control of people who wouldn't
screw it up,
allow you to do, or whose cameras don't allow that ability, but it will give you a gray screen, and now I can't turn my camera back on.
This is actually that's a UBC error. You might have to you probably have to restart your computer.
No, I'm not gonna have to restart the computer. I only have to restart Wirecast. I've encountered this before, but I will be right back.
Okay, great. Roscoe?
Yeah, a aesthetic question. Do you use the top line of the tic-tac-toe to put people's eyes at all times? And sometimes you set up the camera and they're sitting up straight, and then as they're waiting for the event, they kind of lean back. And so how do you deal with?
So you number one is we try to train people. So on almost every event that we do, we have a half an hour to an hour of with each panelist that's going to be on. So we call them ahead of time. So they get our process is we send you a questionnaire that says, hey, go to speed test and tell us how fast what kind of computer, what kind of webcam, where are you coming in from? Do you have an Ethernet cable? Do you have, there's a whole bunch of questions that we ask you. And then from that, we then know kind of what we're getting into. We try to call you ahead of time. We used to try to call to find out whether you need to order anything. We've moved to, we charge a certain amount for every person that we're prepping. And if you don't pay that, we don't want to do the job. Like this isn't you can find somebody else to do your Zoom. If we can't send a kit out, and that kit is small light, the pile mic. It's a light, usually either a C920. We're using some of the video 360s. We're moving to Brios, I think, because of being able to adjust things. But there's a kit that we'll send out to you, and that's for every panelist. And again, we've now kind of gone to turning everybody down that doesn't do that, because we know it's more expensive, but I'm not interested in building. I mean, I don't have time to build bad shows. You know, I just don't, like, I'm so busy. I don't want to do that. So so we then, once you have the kit, if you're going to get one, up until recently, we would always still have to figure it all out. We then have you put it on, get it all ready. And we spend like a half an hour with trying to get your lighting right, looking at your background, making sure that there's nothing back there that's a problem, listening to your room, making suggestions on how you can improve that, make sure there's not a window behind you. And Shannon, who's been in here a couple times, that's all she does. I mean, she probably processes, 50 to 60 people a week, like just kind of this constant, like, getting everybody ready to go. And so then that solves most of those problems. And then what we want to do is typically we want to do a rehearsal the day before, where you kind of get a sense of what it's going to be like to jump in and do all the other bits. And then the day of the event, we want you to be there at least a half an hour early. Typically for the old Hangouts, when we were broadcasting, we would have everybody come in, check in an hour and a half early, just to be like, hey, just everybody checks in, and we just do person to person to person. We would just check in to make sure that they're okay. In fact, we would text them 3 hours before the event to make sure they were aware. Hey, we're just making sure you're still at your house, and that was our test. And I can't, that's not something that I created. I have been a talking head on a broadcast, a TV broadcast, like network broadcast. That's how that looks. So in a network broadcast, I get a text from the producer going, hey, are you still where we thought you were going to be 3 hours before? Then an hour and a half before, they check in and they want to see my face and they want to see everything looking good. And then 20 minutes before, they want to put me on and just leave me on, and do not walk away. You could consider yourself on the show at that point, 20 minutes before the event. And that's not what people do in most Zooms and Hangouts and Meets and everything else. And that's why it's all crazy at the beginning of the show. And the problem is that when it's all hectic before the show, I always think of talent. Talent is like this beautiful little flower, and it will stay beautiful if you don't whack it on the ground right before the show. And so when people are having all these technical issues and all this other stuff going on right before the show, and then we go, okay, we're going live, they're not ready for that anymore. Like they're not like, so they're not ready to be present, to be aware, to have a good conversation. And so one of the reasons that you make this work is that you're flattening the curve by having that doing all the technical problems with them before, a day or 2 or 5 days before, then having that rehearsal so that they understand how it's going to work, then having having them get in early where we have them in a green room. That's all calming everything down, making sure that everything's working, and then just have it smoothly, they smoothly jump into a show. And of course they're more present and they're better. It's not just about the show. A success of the show is not just the bits that go out to everyone. It is the the emotional structure of the people when they get there, and if everybody's so what we do is we try to have people we want to have people as low stress. Our goal is that for big events, for the live events that we do, our goal is that the last half hour, we're just like staring at a screen, not doing anything, like just kind of working through things. There's no like last minute changes. Like, we're very resistant to changing anything, and our team works against being ready 2 hours before an event. So like everything about what we do is we think we're flat. Like if you said go live 2 hours before the event, our team we're not always ready because of a variety of things we can't control. But when we can control the whole thing, 2 hours before the event, if you said we got to go live in a minute, we'd be ready. The playouts are done, everything's all set up, everything. Now what we do that because we know that the client is going to come in with a whole bunch of new questions, new changes and things that they want to do. What we don't want to be doing is trying to finish our last little things while the client is asking for new things. So what we want to do is be totally flat 2 hours before the event, ready to go live. So our stuff is out of the way. Now the client comes in and says, well, could we do this? Could we do that? All things that we told them that we couldn't do if they asked at the last minute. But we've then picked the ones that aren't risky. Yeah, we can do that. We can do this. We can do this. And we add a couple things and tweak it a little bit, but we're not stressed out because the whole team is sitting there waiting was already waiting to start. Then hopefully we get all that done an hour to an hour and a half before the event starts. And then we're just staring at the screens and again, for the team, it's not just the people on air. For the team behind the screen, we're letting the whole energy just kind of go down and let everyone just start to focus on what they need to do. And so that they can just get really into the zone. People who then use that time to text and to surf the web will not work on my team again. Like that is if I walk back past someone in a crew and they do anything that looks like it's not, I don't immediately make decisions about people on their phone or on their computer, because a lot of times they're researching something about the board or they're doing whatever. But if I walk over and Facebook's open, you're done. Like, I won't fire you then, but I'll never hire you again. Like social media on set is, and I'm not the only producer that's like that. We don't, and again, the hard part for people is that they don't get told that on set. Like, we don't, I'm not going to, 2 hours before the event and you're surfing the web, I'm not going to tell you that I'm never working with you again right before my show. But you just go on the do not call list on our list, and it's or there's like a couple tiers in our lists of people that we won't have come in, people that will only call if we have to, and then the kind of the A list and B list of what we do. And as a person working on those teams, you have to always be conscious that those teams get rebuilt every show, and those of us who stay busy are the ones that figured out how to not be distracted on set, not be problematic, not all those things. Don't create new stress for your producer. Anyway, I don't know how we veered off into that, but go ahead, Roscoe.
I was just going to say, Disney is really good at that too. They talk about the show, they talk about being on stage and off stage, and so if you've gone through the Disney Corporation, especially in a park or something like that, it's been drilled into you. And when that show goes on, your personal life goes away.
Yeah, and I try to instill that with a lot of, even in our meetings. I go into a meeting, I always have somebody taking notes, because I don't take notes. I don't do anything in a meeting other than talk to the client. And I'm totally present with the client, talking to them about what they need to get done and how they need to get done. Half the time I don't remember, I have to get out of the meeting and then ask the person that one of my producers, what did I just promise? I don't remember what I said. I'm sure it was reasonable, but I can't remember what it was, because I'm so present to that moment of being, of in the conversation, and I'm saying the appropriate things, but I don't necessarily register them because I'm not writing them anywhere, Sky.
The question now that everybody is an on-camera talent, and what I'm hearing as even Bill is discovering and processing this event that you are helping us create, your rules that you've done for tens of thousands of times or thousands of times.
No, definitely
I'm
not
just
tens
wondering,
of thousands. I'm working on tens of thousands.
Well, thank you. I'm helping. I want to help you. Now that everybody is an on-camera talent and we are confused, the old adage of just because you're in a McDonald's doesn't make you a Big Mac. Just because you're on a camera doesn't make you an on-camera talent. You're just a person with a camera. You're just a person with the internet. Well, so this attitude and etiquette that Bill is pondering, this is my question of a professional versus a person with a camera.
I guess I would say generally professional is someone who applied themselves, like over a long period of time. And we're learning from each other, and then we're applying those things all the time. And I don't think it doesn't mean that you have to spend a lot of money on gear and everything else. It's because a lot of it is how you present yourself and how you speak and how you interact. But it's not like I was horribly antisocial as a kid. Like I'm not naturally the way I am. Like the thing that I think that's important for people to understand is that, like, I have learned to be the way that I am on air, and I'm still learning. Like I am probably at 30% where I probably should be or could be of what I'm doing, but I'm not my wife laughs because she's like, COVID is like totally fine for me because I don't need to talk to anybody. I don't need to be like, I was the kid who was like programming in his room, and anything that got, I was held up in my room most of the time. I had to come home every day after school and literally lay in bed to recover, every day. Like I would just, because I'd be in school and it took me an hour and a half to like reset my brain from that. School was so stressful for me, and so the, not because of the subject matter, it's just people, I'm just not dealing with that many people at one time. And so then I would go to programming, and I program all weekend. I program all night. I program all summer. The only time I wasn't programming, I was working at a farm, trying to make sure I didn't lose any fingers, so I would slow down my programming. So anyway, and then I learned how to be, I learned how to present 19, 20 years old. And then I learned, sorry?
You were introduced to what a PTO.
A PTO shaft. Yeah. We were interested in for those of you who don't know what a PTO shaft is, it's a little thing that comes out of the back of the tractor to run all the machinery in the back. And if you have, the reason you always notice with me, not with these things, that I roll my sleeves up all the time. Like if I have a shirt on and I don't have a suit on, I'll always have my sleeves rolled up. I'm really uncomfortable with it. Because as I grew up, you always roll your sleeves up, because if your sleeve gets caught on the PTO shaft, if you're lucky, it'll only rip your arm off. And if you're not lucky, it's not fingers. It's like if your sleeve gets caught in a PTO shaft, it will. And these like 12-year-olds like working around this thing, and I'm just, when I look back at my life, I'm like in when we were kids, and I it was a more dangerous time. So, but I think that for everyone, what I just want to come back to is for everyone out there that thinks they can't be on this panel, that they can't present, that they can't do all these other things. It's just practice. Like it's practice and being conscious of it and working on improving, not just practice. And, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. And what I mean by that is that you have to pay attention to your craft. And in this case, your craft is talking, and being present with other people and being in a conversation and constantly watching what hits and what doesn't. And that means that you're not just saying things, but you're looking at everybody else and looking at how they're interacting. And so, and I was fortunate enough to get those in stages, where I was taught how to present. Then I got to be on radio where no one could record me. So there's no history of how bad I was. And slowly, built up over time. And then podcasting came after I had 15 years of making horrible mistakes. Go ahead, Bill.
The way I think about it is this. There was a time when almost nobody had pianos in their houses. Almost no one. They were really expensive and hard to get. Then there became a time when people started to get pianos in their houses, and the people who had the pianos, it was out of that group, not all of them, but some of them became piano players, and some of them became great piano players because they had access to that instrument consistently. I think we've gone through the same kind of shift with these cameras and Zoom and all the rest of that. For a long time, there was no way you could sit in a bedroom in your house and speak to the world. Well, suddenly millions of people can do that. Now, a lot of people are not going to investigate this and figure out what to do with it and become anything other than a passive participant. And that is fine. Not every piano in every house should be played by every person who's there. But for that very small group who really do resonate with it and want to become better, you now have an opportunity to become better. So what are you going to do with it?
Well, and last, I'm going to move on, but all I was going to say is that when you see great things happening when you see things on TikTok or YouTube of people doing great, Sky, you're clicking again. When you see people doing great things on YouTube and you see these incredible feats that they take on, I took a lot of practice most of the time. Like it wasn't like they just thought of that and just did a backflip, or something like that. That was an incredible amount of practice and work and doing, if you're going to be a presenter in these things. And again, it's not just presenting as I'm going to be a speaker, but just in your business meetings and when you're dealing with people and getting more work, all this process is as important as reading and writing and arithmetic, as far as I'm concerned. Matt Cool said, Alex, any timeline on when you think Mukana might be available for us to purchase? We're shooting for October, maybe November, but this year. So we're just it's just a matter of locking up a bunch of stuff and trying to make sure that it's really ready for someone else to use. We have a couple people use it here and there, and we keep on going, oh, well, it works for us internally, but there's a bunch of pieces that still need to be sorted out. So that's what's going on right now. Jeffrey asks, Alex, what background are you using? It used to be gray, but now it's blue. Now it's still gray, just with a blue light. So this is a gray 6x7 Lazulite screen, and I think a couple of us have gotten it. And then what happened is that I had too much light, I had too many highlights on my forehead. So I had these NAND lights. There's these Nix 60s, and I had two of them right here. And instead, I put a big bounce card up. And when I say a bounce card, I didn't get anything special. I went to Target and bought some kind of little folding white thing, and I have two little lights that are pushing against it. Some more of these little NAND lights, these Forza 60s or whatever, into it to bounce it off and give me a softer front end. But then I had this light laying around, and so the mixed 60s will do, you know, a lot of different colors. And so this is just a, let's see here, hold on if I can pull this out without. So it's way overkill for what we're doing, but this is the light that has like a diffuser and stuff. But it was just because this was what was up in front of me before, and then I just didn't want to buy something else, so I put it down here. And
That's a gel, or the LEDs or
LEDs.
Where's the blue?
Yeah.
The blue. Where's
Yeah.
where's the blue?
It's from the LED.
Oh.
And so we do this a lot for talent, you know, so it's, you know, it's a pretty common lighting. You'll see that Jeffrey's using it to some degree, and Bill's using it to some degree. And so there's different ways, and Victor's doing it. Go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, I just wanted to show you, this is just that light right there, just a cheap fixture with a couple of hue bulbs that are controllable to any color.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And it might, with that one, I might even move it a little further. Like with yours, I might move it a little further away. So mine is diffused, but then it's also a little bit of a distance away from the background, so that it, you know, is a little softer, little
Okay,
less
good,
highlights.
good idea.
Yep, absolutely. And then Mickey.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, Victor, that rhythmic clicking is back. When you I heard it when you just started speaking.
Interesting. And am I in sync?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay. I wonder what that clicking is. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you.
Yep. Next. Okay. Let me jump into the next question here. So Dave Guzman said, watching network news, I see the people on the news sets always have lav mics on. Is there also a boom mic out of frame and the lav is just for backup? I also see shows like CNBC where someone joins the panel and the mic, and they mic him up with a lav as he sits down. What is the practice with lavs? Go ahead, Bill. And then Roscoe.
Normally news sets are pretty large cavernous rooms, and they're really bad unless you can get a mic close. Remember, the inverse square principle always works with all kinds of microphones, which is the closer you get to the microphone with the source of the sound, which is you talking in this case, the more it emphasizes your voice and the less it emphasizes the room. So getting them close is key. They don't want a headset on. The next closest thing is a lavalier.
Alex, you're muted.
Sorry, Roscoe, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was waiting for the cue. Yeah, exactly what Bill said. Newsrooms are big cavernous. And the interesting thing, too, is the teletype machine sound was added in years after teletypes went out, just because that's how we know the news is good, is because it's coming right off that noisy teletype machine.
That's great. Jeffrey.
So whenever I've been on the news, it's most likely been a preset time to go, and then I get I get laved up and everything like that. When it's spur of the moment or something like that, usually you'll get the handheld at that point. And I've even seen situations where now with the distancing and everything, I saw somebody creatively use a selfie stick to tape a handset microphone so they could get the distance to them. So it really depends on the situation, and I have seen booms, but they're very, very used very, very sparsely.
Mickey?
Yeah, I think another thing for like in news sets, interior news sets, they want to be able to go on air as fast and as minimal a crew needed as possible. So a clip mic, a lav mic is a quick thing. You don't need a boom up. You don't need someone to position the mics, because if they have to go into breaking news, you don't want to have to call the 3-4 boom ups you would need for a spot for a hit.
Yes, Sky.
I'm also reminded that often they will have two microphones, so you always have a backup. And with regards to the inverse square law, I understand that can also be used for audio. I'm sorry, for video and lighting. I was wondering if Roscoe or Bill could. What is the inverse square law? It's like the main go-to tool. I should understand.
Go ahead, Bill. And then Roscoe.
So basically, it's all wave phenomenon, and sound and lighting are both work on wave thing. And what it tells you is that the brightness or the strength, the brightness of a light or the strength of a sound is going to change on the square and inverse square. And here's what it simply means. If a microphone is 1 foot from you and you move it to 2 feet, the signal will cut in half. But if it's 1 foot and you move it to 3 feet, the signal will cut down by 9, because it's the square of the distance. So literally, people get into these things where they have a camera mic on camera and they're 10 feet away and they don't understand that's 100 times less signal reaching that microphone than it would otherwise be. In lighting, it really helps you, because if you can throw scrims or gels and things to soften a light or to make a light less bright on your subject, but you can also just move it back, because if you move it from 1 foot to 3 feet away from them, you're lowering the light level by a factor of 9.
But the issue there is, depending on what you want it to do, as you move the light away, it becomes more and more sourcey, is what we call it, because as it moves away, it's a smaller portion of the area in front of you. So as it's really close, a lot of times when we want people who, we're not trying to make them moody or artsy, and we just want them to look good, we want to get those light sources as close as we can to them and as big as we can, so they have a nice big soft lighting on them. It kind of fills in all the imperfections and so on and so forth. But as you move that away, it starts to look a little bit more sourcey. So you want to?
I've got a big giant source called the sun over here.
Fortunately,
that's giving
it's
me this.
incredibly large, and then it's got a huge diffuser called atmosphere. And sometimes that diffuser adds diffusion, which is called clouds. The problem is that they're really hard to control. Like once you set them up, keeping them in the same place and keeping them where they need to be. Yeah, see, you got some. There you go.
And without clouds, the sun is a point source. You will go outside on a sunny day, cloudless, and you will have harsh shadows. So it is both. You have to, what Alex is saying is that, yeah, a soft light far away is a point source. It will have harsh shadows. You must bring it close to the object you're lighting for it to become soft.
Yeah. And then the other thing I just say about the labs is the labs are the easiest thing. They're low profile. You don't see them very well if they're put on well. So they're not actually that good. If you actually take a network show, get like a This Week with George Stephanopoulos or something like that, one of those morning shows we're all sitting around, listen, open it up, close your eyes, and listen how bad it is. Like it's echoey. There's all kinds of, it really isn't that good. It's just that we've decided it's good enough. And we're watching the video. It's not horrible, but it's not great either. The lab is not, it's not what we would consider podcast quality, and so this is the minimum, like this a headset mic in general, and the DPA is what we would consider minimum for podcast quality. Then you want to talk, I'd rather for a podcast, probably most of the time use an SM58. I use PR40 for most of the podcasting stuff that I do, because you want a lot of off-axis rejection, and you want a lot of, you want to make sure that there's nothing else going on because people are just listening to it. Go ahead, Roscoe.
Bill did a great job of explaining the inverse square law, so I won't do that. But I will just say we aren't seeing light; we are seeing reflected light, and that's a critical thing. And you get into the additive and subtractive properties of color and all that, but just understand reflected light. Therefore, large sensors, large diaphragm microphones are a great thing, because we want that reflection to be collected.
Right, and if the only thing you leave with this little answer is, just remember that labs are not podcast quality. Like when we see people say, I want to do a podcast, we'll get a bunch of labs. We're like, oh, that's a horrible idea. like you'll do like 3 of those before you realize that didn't work. So you definitely want use mics for what they're strong for. The other thing to notice is one of my teardowns, if you go up to Pixel Core's YouTube page, I think I went through a thing where I looked at a lot of labs, but the interesting thing is the BBC always takes their omnis and points them upside down so that you don't pop. I used to think it made a difference. I still think, even though they're omni, I still think that you hear more paper noise on the BBC than you hear. So if they have any papers down below, even though it's an omni mic, and I've talked to the BBC about this, they say, oh, it's an omni, you hear everything the same. But I'm like, I hear a lot more paper on BBC shows than I hear on other shows. Go ahead, Roscoe, and then Victor.
I was going to say, but just like the teletype machine, they may think the sound of those papers adds credibility to their news stories.
Quite possibly. Yeah, Victor.
Yeah, when you see 2 mics like on a news show and stuff, are those redundancy?
Yeah.
Or they're not stereo. It's redundancy. Okay.
No, just to make sure that and usually there's a shotgun hidden in the studio just in case they lose those. And they're mostly on transmitters. when we're on transmitters, we want a backup almost every single time. You know, like transmitters scare all of us a lot. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, like even on a pre-built set, because like most of the sets that I've new sets that I've been on, at least here in Asia, it's hardwired. The labs are hardwired. They have connectors under the desk.
Here, a lot of times we get into broadcast, they want belt packs because they just don't want to think about it. So they just put a belt pack on, and they're in studio, and they're usually the Shure, some version of a Shure or a Sony, the Sony or Sennheiser 2000s, those kinds of, they're pretty high end, higher end, the 2000 per channel and up. But a lot of times they use them because then the talent can walk around freely and just sit down, and you have to be careful of managing the audio between breaks. Anyway, wireless that's the thing that you get into wireless is people can go anywhere in the building, including the restroom, with their wireless on. So you just have to be kind of careful of the audio engineer has to pay attention. I once went to a restaurant. No one turned my mic off, and there were 1,500 people in the room. So I got a lot of laughs. Anyway, Rachel and Clifton asks, we have talked about a green screen approach to a home studio, but can we talk about why we would have an all white studio? Reference is the couple of YouTubers who have primarily all white as a baseline. Thank you. One of the reasons for white, because I've done a bunch of stuff where we just choose white as the background. And I don't know which YouTubers you're talking about, but one of the things that makes white really nice is because you can throw graphics over it really easily. So like, for instance, one of the reasons I do white backgrounds for almost all of my PowerPoints or Keynote slides. So I'm using Keynote. Keynote has this great auto alpha thing that you use to pull stuff out, but it's not perfect. The edges can still have a little bit of white in them or whatever. When I do everything over white, I can just throw graphics in there that I downloaded off the web and put it whatever I'm going to do and pull this stuff out, and it all just looks really nice. It all looks like it's just sitting over that white. Well, when you do that as a talent, you have the same advantage. When you have this all white, you can put things in front of it and around it without having to do any compositing at all. And so it's a really nice base state for that process. Jeffrey, and then Bill.
There's two types of whites to understand. There's basically just painting the wall white, and then there's what's called the infinity screen white, where you actually bend the bottoms and all the corners, so it looks just like a straight white.
And you don't
wall.
need to bend if the wall's big enough and you're cutting off at the knees. You don't need to have any kind of curves. You don't have to have a cyc. You just can't show your feet.
Absolutely. And one other thing is, it might not be white. It might actually be a green screen. They're just putting it white over there.
But it's really easier to use white because if you do the green screen, you're going to end up with edge issues. Whereas if you do white, you won't have that, and it just looks nicer. Go ahead, Bill.
And there was an era, you can almost pin the moment that white screens became hugely popular to when they started that Apple ad campaign of I'm a Mac, I'm a PC. We hadn't seen it much on TV before that because it was hard in broadcast with the analog systems to make sure that white was always white. And you really needed a good gaffer and a lot of lighting and to do it smoothly. The cove cycs, which are what those curved edge ones are, really useful because you can have multiple cameras in front. You can shoot from multiple angles at it and still get a solid background that's the same color. A flat screen, that's the problem. If you have a second camera and you're shooting, you go off the edge of the white screen. But these are all technical things. And just white has become popular, I think, ever since those Apple ads. And it's now pretty easy to do in digital.
Yeah, it's a good look. And it makes a whole bunch of things really easy as far as throwing up graphics and putting. I think that might be where a lot of the YouTubers are going with it. So Joseph asks, what do all of you think is the ideal focal length for a webcam? I'm using a 24 millimeter lens on a crop sensor, 38 millimeter full frame equivalent, because I find that to be the most popular webcams are too wide. Boy, we had a pretty rough conversation with someone from VDO 360. One of the founders jumped on here, and our number one feedback for them was that their little webcam was too wide angle. And he's like, well, we just think that that's popular in the industry. And we're like, it's not popular with anyone except the people making it. So the issue is a lot of webcams are a lot of the webcams were built for conference rooms, or so a couple people could get into it. But what we're doing now with Zoom, what you really want is about a 50 to 55 degree field of view, more like this coming out of that camera. And we're just not seeing anybody making those. The only company that made those was the Cisco made it, Precision HD, which now doesn't work, I think, in Catalina, but it had that field of view, and it was very popular among corporate. It was really expensive, like $400 or $500, I think, and only 720, but it looked great. It had a 1-inch sensor in it. It was a great camera. And if it had I probably would have 100 of them if it had a quarter 20 on the bottom, but we had to build rigs for it because it only went onto your monitor. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I'm using a Logitech, and right now my head is bigger, say, than Jeffrey's or Mickey's or Bill's, but using their Zoom feature in the webcam, I can go in and out. It's a 950.
The 950?
950. BCC 950, yeah.
Right.
And I can change it back and forth.
Well, the question is that optical or digital?
It's optical.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's optical.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you could get an optical, shift to it, that's how you fix those things. But that's what we find is missing, from, I think there's a huge business opportunity for somebody to build a web camera that we actually would want. I mean, again, the Brio is probably more than we mostly need. I mean, I would be really happy with a $150 webcam that was just 1080p, solid 1080p, not scaled up or anything weird, but 1080p that had a 55 degree. I think it would sell like crazy. These wide angle ones are really frustrating. Go ahead, Sky.
Optical versus digital with regards to a fixed lens. Again, we're using a lot of insider terms.
Yeah.
Optical.
So
versus
optical
digital.
is actually using the lens and actually changing the lens. It's like a zoom lens. You're zooming in. Digital means I'm taking a 1080p frame and I'm just scaling it up, which means if you do that, you're just getting softer, and you can zoom in a little bit with, for instance, Hosmuk's Brio. You can zoom in a little bit, but if we start zooming in too far, we'll immediately get things will start to get chunky. John Preto asks, Mickey, we have a pro singer that has a high-end Sennheiser into a vocalizer into a Scarlett 18x8. She needs a limiter and compressor. What recommendations do you have?
I wish Victor was here so he could also chime in. But I don't know if they're looking for a digital plugin or an analog hardware one. But for digital, I would check out the Waves RVox and also the R compressor as well. Also Fab Filter Pro compressor, Pro limiter. Those are really nice, very musical. If they're looking for hardware, if they're willing to spend for something that would last a lifetime, like last the whole career, look at the Universal Audio LA2A and the 1176. I mean, like they're pricey, but like with good maintenance, they're gonna last several generations.
Right.
On the like on the mid-range, mid-low end, like there's a DBX 266, and I think that runs around 150 or 200 US. Then that's 2 channels, so like you could run the mic into it, and use it like as a compressor, and then the out of the first channel go around into the second channel and use that second channel as a limiter, so it's like a 2-in-1 kind of thing. If you want the LA2A or 1176 sound but don't want to spend that much, there's also products from a relatively new company called Warm Audio. They make like copies of the popular hardware inserts. And I haven't tried any of them, but the people that I know that own them like really love them.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I used to use when my first podcast setup was I would do the microphone to the DBX to I can't think, it was a 255 EQ as a stereo EQ, and then that would go back into the mixer that would then go into the computer. I highly suggest you could definitely do it direct chain, but I highly suggest that you get a mixer that does an insert so you can control that a little bit better, and you can kind of mix the two together a little bit and get a little bit better sound, a little bit clearer sound as well.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I just remembered something. If you guys are interested in getting like a little compact mixer with amazing preamps and pretty powerful compressor built in, check out the SSL6. I think the price point is less than $2,000 or something for a six channel mixer. But I mean like SSL pre's, like the British pre's and British EQ. So I'm nerding out now.
The British all know about their EQ. Rachel asks, how important is it to set up your production business in a proper steps? LLC, insurance, bonding, website, social channels. Just looking for a broad discussion on business practices. In California, it's pretty important. California basically, in its attempt to shut down, or I don't know what, with Uber and Lyft, basically made it impossible for us you can't hire a freelancer anymore in California. They have to be LLC. So it doesn't have to be so we have to then put anybody who's not a freelancer, who doesn't have an LLC, has to be made an employee. And it's caused a lot of trouble here. So, it's kind of unintended effects from something. They were fighting one war and they kind of blew the whole thing up. So there's a lot of bitter people in California, about it that are in production. But the easiest way to handle it is to have an LLC. You can, that separates you out from that. I would say in general, what you want is I guess from a business practice perspective, when you're doing production, you want to separate yourself from your business as much as you can. And I'll tell you that as someone who didn't do that. And that's, so you want to have your business be a separate entity. So I would recommend getting to an LLC minimum and then look at an S Corp or even a C Corp. But what you want to do is, it may cost more money here and there, and you may be double taxing or whatever it is, but I would figure it out. And then you want insurance that covers that entity. You want to make sure that if the entity, goes into the ground, that you're not still in it. So as as you build up your business, if you're doing a small business, it's fine. But as you start building up, you want to keep arm's length between yourself and your business. I didn't do that. And, I almost lost my house. So the only reason I still live in the house I live in is I have really good friends and family. So, you want to be careful of having your finances and your personal accountability get tangled up with your business. So I would recommend separating that out. And there's a couple places that you want to separate that out. You want to, again, an LLC starts to do that. You want to have insurance for that company. You want to follow all those rules that you have inside of that. Also with banks, just remember that line of credit, a lot of times they don't want to give you a very large line of credit at the beginning. The way to do that, which I didn't do, but I have friends that did, that I found out later. I was like, I wish someone had told me. Banks will want, of course, they want your house. They want all kinds of other stuff as collateral if they're going to give you a line of credit. The key is to start with a very small line of credit that you get from them and keep rolling it. So you keep paying it off. You get $1,000, keep paying it off until you have 5,000. Then you keep paying. I have friends that now have lines of credit that are millions of dollars because they were able to roll it over years, many years, but it's not tied to their house, and it's not tied to anything else. And so as you start to build up a business, you want to think about that. As far as insurance goes in production, what kind of jobs you get to take have a lot to do with what kind of insurance that you have. So, we at my last company at our height, I think we had probably $5 million of loss, or $5 million of liability, $2 million of loss, $1 million of E&O. We had a lot of insurance, but that meant that if we wanted to, we would be asked for that certificate going into a facility. If we don't have it, we're just considered a small time operator. So you can't bid on bigger projects if you can't produce that level of stuff. So you're limited I think we had a comment or question about this earlier, but how do I get the bigger jobs? Well, part of it is all those things, is having that infrastructure that allows you to do it, and how you interact with your clients, and how fast and how it looks when they get there, and how you are in meetings. All of those things affect how much you can charge, for what you do. And then of course your work product, is there. I ran I ran a company for 5 years that didn't have a web page. so and we were streaming online, and we didn't have it. It was all reputation and just taking one job and doing it well, and getting either that person or the people that were in it liking what you did and hiring you again. So I don't think that the social part is that important. I think what's really important is execution, execution, and then all these little pieces that can't keep it going. Go ahead, Colin.
2 quick points. LLCs are great, but they're only useful if you have more than 3 members of your LLC. If you have less than 3, it's considered a corporate alias, and they can go after your personal assets in the event of bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm. But in addition to that, though, is having some business entity that in California, we have to have some business entity that can bill us, or we have to hire them as an employee. So
well, there's that issue as well. Yes,
it's a big. So having something that lets you bill people makes it a lot easier for companies to hire you.
And no matter whether you have employees or not, go get yourself an EIN, a federal tax ID, regardless of whether you have employees, regardless of whether you have to run payroll. The other thing to remember is, and I had another point. Damn, I've failed to remember it. It was liability insurance, very important. About having web pages. Yes, I did much the same as Alex did. I had a web page that said, we're too busy working with our clients to worry about this web page. Here are a few of our clients. If you like what we did for them, send us an email.
And
it was the greatest marketing ever, because all of our clients linked back to us. We had this huge, massive page rank. I think we had like a page rank of 8.5 or something. And we did nothing. It was great.
We wouldn't even tell people what we did. Like for a long time, we wouldn't talk about any client or any job or any, like we worked for a big game company, wanted to have us do some work for them. And they said, well, can you send us a demo reel? And I was like, yeah, we don't have a demo reel. We don't do that. We don't show other clients work. And they're like, well, can you send us a list of the clients that you worked with? And I was like, nope, we can't do that. And they were like, well, how do we know? And I was like, well, we were recommended by somebody. Do you trust them? And they're like, well, yeah. And I was like, okay, well then there you go. But that was, it takes years and it takes 1,000 events and lots of stuff and crazy things to get to the point where you can be that edgy. But you want, that comes from execution, not from marketing and social posts and everything else. It comes from actually getting jobs done end over end and making them work. James Babbitt asks, what helps to provide viewer community and interaction during event streaming to YouTube Live? I still believe that with all of this, the key to the operation is interaction. And that's all we do here is, we have a discussion. So I think that is finding ways that people engage. What you want to think about all the time is active listening versus passive listening versus no listening. Like that's what I think about all the time. No listening is they just tune out. Passive listening means that they're there, but they're doing something else. And then active listening means they're really thinking about it. And the more you can keep them if they're in passive listening, you might be able to bring them back. If they're in active listening, that's what you're trying to hold all the time. And generally interaction, taking those comments is a big piece of it. Paul, and then Colin, and then Joseph.
Yeah, I think interaction is the key. And also, I think we need more feedback here. Like we answer questions, but then we don't go to the questioner and say, hey, did we solve that for you? And give them a little chance to say, yeah, you guys nailed it, or no, you didn't answer my question.
All there is to do for us is to ask that question again, like ask it again. Like we ask the questions that are here. Again, we have to remember that the show is driven by people asking questions and people listening to us talk through them. But trying to create that level of complete work, that's something we should figure out in Discord, or the person just asks the next day, because we're here every day. So if we didn't answer the question, the person just ask it again. But we have to also remember that it is a show to some degree. There's a bunch of people watching that didn't ask that question and didn't vote on that question. So we want to keep it into a certain box of not if we try to make sure that we've absolutely talked through absolutely every question here, it would be difficult for the majority of the listeners. And it's something that we talk about a lot internally is the questions are generating the content, but you also have to be conscious to that the vast majority didn't ask that question, and us moving through those questions at a relatively fast pace is what makes the show interesting, not spending the whole time talking about one of them.
Right.
Go ahead,
With a
Colin.
daily show like Office Hours, yes, you can always re-ask the question the next day or ask it a different way the same day. And you'll see cases where we'll have different panelists look at the question and interpret it entirely differently, just read between the lines and answer a question other than what was asked. And that's
Right.
generally a legitimate attempt to get at the meat of the question rather than
Right.
the exact wording. As a more general matter, audience interaction is critical. So if you're doing YouTube Live, make sure you respond to the questions. If you're doing Facebook Live, make sure you respond to the questions. The key issue there is make it clear to your audience what your primary platform is and where they're most likely to get their questions answered. So if your primary audience is on YouTube Live, then tell them up front that, yes, if you want your questions answered, we pay more attention to YouTube Live chat. Now, to some degree, there are tools like Restream.io has a tool that merges the chat a little bit. And it makes an attempt at this. It's been iffy in the past. I think they've got it sorted out now, but they try to weave all the chat together so that you can get your audience has a more cohesive experience. But yes, addressing audience questions is a key thing in any live experience.
And we're not that big of a fan of we might experiment with it here soon, just because I'm experimenting with things, just to see how this lands. But generally, we try to pick which platform we're going to go to, for that process. But one of the things that is important is to answer questions early. So the mistake a lot of people make is I'm going to talk for 40 minutes. I'm going to open it to questions in the last 20 minutes. The audience doesn't wake up that way. They're not really listening. If you're dealing with questions throughout the entire event, we can watch. When we were doing eye tracking a decade ago, you could literally watch people's eyes go up and down based on when the questions were being asked. And we can see it in question velocity. So how often people are asking questions is directly related to when we're answering them. Here, we do it all the time. But in other events where we're going to talk for 15 minutes and we're going to take questions, the audience interaction, people asking questions, and the velocity of the chat increases when you ask the next question, much less than when you're just talking. And so so asking those questions, we try to come out of the gate answering questions. Again, within the first 6 or 7 minutes on this show, we're answering questions because of that. Joe?
Yeah, I know it isn't the same thing per se, but I would just go on Twitch and look at some of the more popular Twitch streamers, because to me that is a masterclass on how to interact with people, asking you questions and commenting while you're doing things. So they're playing games and they're interacting with their audience at the same time. Yep. And the more popular ones do a very good job of very quickly interacting with their audience, and it definitely makes a big difference. There's some Twitch streamers who they'll turn a game on and they won't say anything except for what's happening in the game, and then there are others that are very, very quick and they're constantly going back and forth, and that's the difference between the more popular Twitch streamers versus some of the more passive, less popular ones. And
I'll always argue that community is king, content is just the honeypot. You don't get it reversed. Don't think that if you have good content, you use that content to build a community, not you don't try to build a community without that. And so, and the community is going to be much more stable and much more scalable than the content ever will be. Hasmukh?
It's quite funny. 2 days ago, I had a Zoom conference call with the same network client, and they wanted to look at the learner management platform we're using. So I showed two slides, and then I said, any questions? And they said, but don't you have more slides that you want to go through? I said, no, I just want to talk through this. And so they asked 1 or 2 questions, and I don't know what got into me. I just said, okay, next question. And
I had the funny thing is that I'm so comfortable in this environment that I was asked to talk, and I realized that by the end that there was another person that had really planned to talk too, But as soon as I got into Zoom, I was like, okay, next question, next question, next question. And I was trying, and he couldn't keep up because he wasn't used to just saying next question, next question. Like we're just gonna, and suddenly the whole audience is engaged and they're all into it. But he wasn't getting a word edgewise because he just wasn't jumping fast enough, because you just get used to having this kind of rich, very fast conversation that we're used to here. It's a different.
Well,
different
they just said it was the shortest and most productive meeting. So I said, well, cool.
Very good, very good. James Babbitt asks, what features do you use in the Blackmagic web presenter when connected to the Blackmagic studio camera? The primary feature that I use is the fact that it turns a signal from the camera into a USB connection. So that's the number one thing that I use. I don't use the audio in it right now. I do use the second input because there's nothing in it, so I can go black if I need to. That's when I sneak away during our checks. I'm able to just cut to the other one that doesn't have any input. Now, the other thing that I do with that is that I don't think I have it set up right now. Hold on. Maybe I'll try to bring it up for the education hour. But I have found that putting my iPad, I don't know where I put my iPad. Anyway, putting my iPad into the HDMI in with Keynote, I can sit there and just do whiteboard drawings, and I build like 30 slides of white so that I can just go like this and be drawing, it's basically having a whiteboard, and I can just hit the little button on my web presenter and switch to it. So it's not quite as complicated or as big as the ATEM Mini. I realized that the web presenter was kind of the ATEM Mini version 1, and then they moved on to the adding more buttons. So my ATEM Mini right now is in my office. I'm building that up so that I can work down there, and so I don't have it right in front of me. But the web presenter works pretty well in that area. And the web presenter, I will say, is more consistent than the ATEM Mini. I've had some issues with some of my hardware not getting along with the ATEM Mini, where the web presenter always works because it's a USB 2 and it just kind of works all the time. Ash asks, Alex, the kits you send out, are they for the event only and to be returned, or do the lucky ones get to keep them? We used to send them out and then try to get them back. Now we just budget to send them out and not get them back. It's just too much trouble. We just decided it was too much work to keep on trying to get them back. We had slightly more expensive kits. Those kits were, so we would average out the cost of losing them. If you want them back, the key is to, number one is box them very carefully, so it's really easy to understand how to put them back in the box. Make sure that there's a paid return label. Make sure that there is tape to close the box. And then have some, and clear instructions when they open it that you're going to want it back. And then you have to have someone call them and ask them if they can send it back right after the show. Hey, can you put that back in? We're looking for it. And then call them a week later. And then after that, we usually report it as a loss internally. And we get about 70 to 80% back with that process. It was 30 to 40% when we didn't do that, which is that if people get stopped in anything, they won't send it back. And it's not about trying to steal it from you or anything else. It's just they're busy. So you have to just people are busy and they can't get them back. Now we just take them as a loss. I mean, not a loss. We budget that there's a kit. We're sending it to them. Now they're going to look great in all their meetings. So it's, we're not trying to fix it. They just look good. And so we just make it part of the cost. And again, it limits the shows that we can do, but we're really busy right now. So we're not trying to
discount the customer for those units you get back.
We don't try to get them back. It's just too much trouble.
Well, we're
processing.
You say you call you send an email, you call.
No, we used to.
Oh, I mean, okay,
yeah, and the rental to the customer was based on our loss average. So that we would just rent it to the customer. We'd make a little bit of money on it, but usually not very much. But it was we were kind of tracking our cost averages and making sure that we were breaking even on them. So now we charge the same amount of money as we used to charge for rental, just slightly less expensive equipment, and it's disposable. To us, I mean, it's something that it's just part of the cost of doing the event, and it's again, it's a little bit more expensive that way, but for the client, but you just have to decide where you want to live inside of that. We want to live in a certain place in doing productions, and by switching this to this mode, everybody looks good. And so then what happens is that people who are in the meeting, if you're in a meeting with 300 people in a Zoom, they're going to look at all the hosts that look way better and sound way better than anything they see anywhere else. And then they're going to want to know who did that. If you have one where everyone looks bad and there's still video, it's just another Zoom, and so by kind of deciding that you're just so much of a good business is not what you say yes to, it's what you say no to. So and you just have to decide where you're going to differentiate yourself there. And I think that we've decided that we want to be seen as the top end of that process, and you can do that when you have enough work. We have a lot of work right now, so it's not, I have to figure out how to do every job. Michael says the best cams I have are the Nikon DSLRs paired with the HDMI capture. It is the best picture I can offer. Is there any way to override the auto timeout other than by touching the camera every 15 minutes or so? Hasmukh?
I use the Nikon Z6 for our cooking production, and within the menu system there's a power off delay option, and you can set it never to power off. So I'm not quite sure which Nikon Michael has.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Joe, and then Colin. Joe?
Oh, sorry, you cut out for a second. I didn't hear you call my name. So in addition to what Hasmukh said about checking the settings, I would also make sure that you get one of those dummy batteries that plugs into power for your DSLR, because it might be shutting off because the power is low, or if it runs on battery, it might have different settings. And the app that I mentioned before, SparkleCam, Jeffrey linked to it in the chat earlier. When you have your camera enabled in it, it actually has the camera on and shows you your video. So that might do the trick as well, because your camera is always on at that point and it's always showing something. And that combined with being plugged into power should prevent that issue that he's having. But I admittedly don't know which Nikon he's using, so it's a little hard to tell because this varies a lot camera to camera.
Yep. Colin?
So there's an outfit called Nikon Hacker. It's a community of programmers that developed alternative firmware, much like Magic Lantern for Canon cameras. And they've got I've added a link in Mukana that lists the models that they support. They go as far back as the D3000. And one of the key features that they implement is turning off the timeout. So it's just a matter
Hey,
of
Joe, I
flashing the
looked
new
at the
firmware.
Sparkle Cam and it seemed like it was PC only. Is that correct, or am I wrong about that?
I think you're correct about that. Sorry, I should have mentioned that before. I apologize.
Great. Next question is from Rich Susan Gilpin. Trying to load Mukana on my iPhone, asking for an event ID. What is the event ID? It should just be office hours, all one word. Sorry that got to you late. Hopefully you found your way in. But it should be office hours, all one word. And you can get the link to it. If you're in Zoom, you can get the link to it there. And sorry you're having trouble with that. But yeah, office hours, all one word, should be all you need there. A. Mitchells asks, Mickey, can you talk about audio processing chains? For example, the best practices to insert different kinds of devices pre-post or upstream, downstream, value of plug-in versus hardware, and where in the signal path that might work best? That's a loaded question.
Yeah, that's a loaded question. If I think only people who live on JW Sound, like especially like 10, 15 years ago, would understand this, but it depends. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of it, just to explain that, because a lot of the questions there are answered by it depends. Generally, yeah, like order of EQ and the dynamics and all that, it depends what you're trying to go for. Like especially for something like music, it's free for all. What sounds good is good. But generally speaking, if you're gonna do a gate, for the purposes of cleaning up the signal, you want to do that as early in the chain as possible, or maybe right after your initial high pass filter. Um, and then yeah, limiters would be at the end. So yeah, it really depends. Value of plugin versus hardware, and where in the signal path might work best. Um, for me, I like the very very few times that I am allowed to work on with hardware processors, I'd rather use hardware just because it's tactile and it's not always there's a sort of like creative randomness to it, as opposed to using like digital plugins. But with what I do, wherein it's faster and around, we get recuts like on a weekly basis for feature length films. It's almost impossible to mix on hardware. But if you're doing music, then you can do whatever you want, assuming you don't have to um, rebuild stuff from scratch a lot of times.
There you go. Paul Wallace asks, how do you use Zoom video filters feature? I do not. I don't use the filters. I don't use the virtual backgrounds. I find them all to be annoying. So I have to admit that I'm a little bitter about filters in general, mostly because every time Facebook or Google would add them to their things, I would look at the list of features that I asked engineering for and thought, I got these filters instead of the thing that actually made a difference in the show. So, I think that it's easy to get distracted by a lot of, silly things for engineering. It's like shiny objects, and so we get into that, and everyone wants to try to keep up with Snapchat and put all those things together. And it's just that what makes, I don't know, I believe that what makes shows, interactive shows with the audience that are authentic, that are talking about things that people care about, they don't need a lot of production. They don't need a lot of that stuff. And I just don't think that, I think a lot of that stuff is just sugar. It's not protein. And what you want is to figure out what Zoom does better than everyone else. I mean, they've got some video filters, but what they do is the basic stuff. Well, like the basic stuff of us building it, and not perfectly. I think I put this out on Twitter. I think Zoom's about 4 out of 10. I think Meet is about 1 out of 10. I haven't used Teams enough to rate it, but I don't think it's more than 2 out of 10 or 3 out of 10. I think everything else is between 0 and -10. -10 being what is stupid one from Amazon, Chime. It's a virus. It's not even a video tool. It's like it is a perfect example of nothing is done well. Like literally nothing is done well in that thing. I'm just waiting for them to add a Snapchat filters to it to make up for the fact that they still square aspect ratio or something. It's just like that team should just be let go. Hosmuk.
Well, AWS wanted to talk to me about partnering on some projects, and they said there's a scheduled meeting, so it's on Chimes. I said, what? Chimes? I've never heard of it. If I can have a meeting in Zoom, forget it. I'm not having a meeting.
I have decided we're looking at moving anybody who asks us to do it in Chime. We just want to reschedule and have it done. It just makes me so frustrated to be in it. But they're all pretty bad, and I work in all of them. So on any given day, I'll be on Zoom, Skype, Chime, Blue Jeans, WebEx. I don't see GoToMeeting much anymore. I see people do their little webinars on it or whatever, but GoToMeeting kind of fell off the wayside as far as popularity. I'm sure that there's a lot of corporate clients that are still using it, but it kind of fell out of it. And Meet, I'm on Meet every day too. And I can just tell you from my experience that Zoom is way ahead, like way ahead. So that's why I tend to be so like going, well, they'll figure it out, because I know that there's no other choice to get the level of interaction that we're getting and the quality that we're getting on any other platform at the moment. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, when I asked that question, I didn't realize that it's just those silly hats and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I just saw it on the Zoom menu and I thought, what the heck's that?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's just
no. You're right, Alex. It's a waste of time.
Yeah. So I mean, we're horrible. I'm horrible. I'm a horrible person. Like if you're going down the path that I'm going when I'm producing events, I'm really easygoing and fun, but I can be very difficult otherwise. I know you'd never think that, but someone asked us to do video, or what was it? They wanted us to do virtual backgrounds. And I was like, no, we recommend against that. And they're like, yeah, but if we want them, can you produce them for us? And I was like, I won't even work on them. It's a horrible idea. Like I won't, it's like, I won't touch them. If you want to put a virtual background there, you can hire an agency to do that, but I'm not gonna work on that, just because it's just such a, I hate virtual backgrounds. Anyway, and what I said, I don't mind well-pulled green screens, perfectly pulled green screens over virtual backgrounds that are lit and look like you're part of it. I just don't think that if you're not going to hit it all the way, don't bother. Just stick with what you got, dress it up, call it a day. Go ahead, Bill.
I saw the new Billie Eilish video, and it's funny because she did Tiny Desk for NPR, and they made the Tiny Desk background for her and took it to her home.
Yes.
So they would
Yeah,
even virtualize that.
Yeah, exactly. Drone cameras. This is from Brian Schwartz. He said, can you provide a general comparison of them with webcams, video cams, still photo cams, sports cams, iPhones, etc.? It depends on the drone. Depends on the, the camera that you're using. Go ahead, Colin.
Can you? No, you can't, because there are plenty of drones where you can mount any camera you want. There are drones that have full standard camera mounts. If you're talking about cameras that are built into drones, they run the gamut just like cameras on cell phones run the gamut. You can get ones with PTZ, you can get them without PTZ, you can get them where they will store your video on board. They'll get them where they'll store video on a phone or some other controller device on the ground. And of course, then you have compression artifacts.
Stuff like when you get into things, when you get into, go ahead. Yeah, you're
I was
right.
going to say that you can spend $50 on a drone and get a drone with a camera. I wouldn't do that. You can spend $1,000 on a drone, get a drone with a camera, and you're probably pretty good. The other thing to consider with drones is if you're trying to do actual videography with it, you want drones equipped with, really a really good flight sensor package, like what's it called? The DJI $1,000 DJI
Inspire
drones.
There's the Inspire, which is a little bit more expensive.
Yeah. But I mean, you're going to spend about $1,000 for a drone with enough flight control and ease of use to allow you to do meaningful videography. They run the gamut. It's hard to really drill down in more detail on that kind of question.
If I was looking for an entry level one, I think that the one that I'd probably look at is the Mavic Mini. Is a good mixture of low cost, but also there's a lot less FAA rules with it. It's at the right size. You can throw it in your backpack and run with it. It's I've used one, but I don't own one. I have a Mavic that not the Mavic Pro. I think I have the original Mavic that I used, and I burned through I've crashed a lot of drones and used a lot of drones and hired drones. So we've hired big drones that have octocopters that are these big ones that you can put a red camera on, and even a Ozo 360 camera. They're big enough to pull that off. We've used other industrial ones to handle work sites or other bits and pieces. The one that I've used the most is the Mavic because that's what I bought, and I use it for photogrammetry and other things like that. I also have an Inspire that is being lent to me from a friend who just wasn't using it. The problem I have is that I'm right under a flight path, so I have to in an airport 5 minutes away. So I have to be super careful about where I use it at home, and I have to put my cell phone number into the software every time I fly, so that they can call me if I do anything wrong and they know where I am. So you have to be super careful about where I live. When I was in Pittsburgh, when I lived outside of Pittsburgh, I lived on a farm, and my family owned pretty much my extended family, not my family, owned pretty much all the land I could see. So we could just fly anywhere and in fact, I lost a drone that way. 3D robotics, it just went up and just disappeared. It was just gone. I'm sure it found its way down eventually, but it just off it went. And so of those, the one that I've been the happiest with is the Inspire, because it's a platform. You can put all kinds of stuff on it, and you can attach different and it's really cool when it takes off, because it kind of comes up and it comes, it does this kind of raise up. But the biggest thing is you can attach a lot of things. An X5 is a pretty good camera to put on it. But anyway, but I think that the place that I would start, or I'd look at, is the Mini. I think they figured out a lot of things. The video quality is pretty high, and it's really easy to carry around, and it won't hurt too much if you wreck it. Sky.
Mavic Pro, I would also recommend getting the goggle concept, and I know they had them at Costco, and they were about $1,000. But to be able to fly in from the viewpoint of the drone, it just made all the difference in the world versus trying to do it on a little 6-inch iPhone or even an iPad. So that goggle made a huge difference for me to fly it.
Yeah, and one thing I would say about drones in general, I know we're passing around cameras, is really doing flight plans is really the way to. I mean, when you really want to start doing really cool shots, it's really figuring out how to program flight plans. Not, I mean, you can fly it and you want to be able to fly it, but the best shots I've done are flight plan based, where you plan out the shot in the software, and then you fire it off and it does what it needs to do. And then you adjust that rather than trying to fly it yourself. I mean, and I can do that as well, but I try to do it that way. Go ahead, Sky, and then
to that end, Google Maps actually gives you kind of a previs opportunity. And you were talking about Google, the app,
Google
Earth, yeah. But even Google Maps gives you that previs.
I mean, I will say that one of the funnest things if you get a drone is to get drone deploy. Drone deploy is just just such a fun app. You literally can just carve out an area of the land that you're around, and then you say go, and the drone takes off. It literally takes over the drone, the DJI drones. It takes off and will map that whole area. So if you want like a picture, like an overhead picture of of some location or your house or whatever, it'll literally just you set how often you want to take pictures, and you'll just watch this little drone just go back and just do this little grid, and it does it perfectly, and it just gathers the information. I did my family has we took an old farm that wasn't productive and turned it into a golf course. So which hasn't made any money, but after 20 years, I think that, it's breaking even. We're happy with that. But I did aerial shots all the way through it there. Beju and then Colin.
Name of that app was Drone
Deploy. It's a web-based service. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just wanted to comment. Just be careful about the legalities. The rules around drones are very different all across the world.
Yep.
And like it's technically illegal to bring drones into India right now. So if you come with a drone, it can probably get impounded and destroyed, and you might end up with a very large fine. The other thing is, like, if you're using it in production, please be sparing with it. Don't do all drone shots all the time. It gets very boring very fast. Because it's like a new toy. Like if you have a gimbal, you want to use it for everything. If you have a Steadicam, you want to use for everything. Same thing with drone shots.
Yeah.
They look really nice and they give a nice impact if you use it sparingly at the right point. But if you use all drone shots, it gets very boring very fast.
Yep. Colin.
Very quickly, there's a YouTube channel called 3DP Iceland. This guy uses drone-based photogrammetry to build 3D maps and build, print, and paint 3D maps of Iceland. And he also provides data to rescue services.
And you can,
based on that photogrammetry, it's very impressive stuff.
And you can do also basic versions of that. It's a little project that I'm actually working on about my family's golf course again, which is that Drone Deploy will generate a 3D model, so you can generate it out. And I'm trying to figure out how to print like a little version out from that, so you can have a lot of fun with those. Drone Deploy will do some of that. It's not nearly as good. Where it really gets good is when you start to integrate it. You'll have targets on the ground that are, some of them are GPS, and other ones are there that you can use to sync to ground data, and then you can really get really high quality 3D data on the ground. Beju, real quick, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a little bit on the topic of drones. Have you actually worked with drone swarms for any shows and stuff, for live shows? Any experiences with those?
Sorry, say it again.
Swarming drones, basically, like the Intel Lightspeed drones and stuff like that.
They look amazing. I've not used them in anything, but I want to. I think about it. I think that the most advanced one I saw was the drone fireworks that were done in China, where they were doing these little drones and they were all doing all the designs and everything else. And I was like, well, we're not going to have fireworks. The people who invented fireworks are about to invent something else. Roscoe?
Have you seen the TED Talk on swarming drones? It will scare you. Oh, it will scare you. Don't watch it.
I worked for a company that did A-Life in the early 90s. And they did A-Life research. And what would happen is you just give it a lot of information and it would start to assimilate. Like, literally, we could have little characters learn how to walk, and if you change the gravity, they would learn how to walk a different way. And it was literally decades ahead of its time. And one of the big buyers who came was the military that they turned down because they didn't want to have their technology used that way. But it was because what they wanted to do is that you fire lots of small missiles, and as you start to shoot them down, they're all learning where they just literally internally map everything about the target, and then the missiles keep getting bigger as they map that process. And so I don't know what the TED Talk is about, but I'm guessing that it's probably a lot about.
It's a small version of that where basically the drones map your face and then can attack you.
Yep. Roger Miles said, "What makes Discord such a great tool when there are so many competitors?" I would say I would be tempted to say the right clients, that ask the right questions and the right developers who respond to the right ones. Say no to some things and yes to others. And it's a tricky thing to get all the pieces right. And it really depends on who bought your software first and what did they ask for, and what did you listen to, or did you have a good sense of it? But I think that a lot of times, things get very, like, Slack was really amazing, and then I got used to Discord, and now I go back to Slack and I'm like, oh, so it's I think that they're because it's gamers and because it's individuals that are asking for it, the culture kind of pushed it towards a different level of coolness, and the features and everything else was because it was done by the kids, not by corporate. Go ahead, Joe.
And just like my Twitch example before, it's that audience that kind of
that understands it
and requires rapid fire, efficient communication, right? Because if you're playing a game and you're talking to someone, you're not going to hunt for certain features or figure out how to do things. You just need it to work, and you need it to work well. So that use case, I think, really, to your point, helps eliminate a lot of features that are just useless and not needed for that experience.
Yeah. Roscoe asks, I'm ready with my wiring diagram to answer so far the PTZ to ATEM. So tell us about it. How's it going?
Oh, actually, got great information off the chat actually right here during the show yesterday, and that really was, just use a laptop to control that ATEM aux out programming. So I actually have a screen share here, and it'll let
Mickey,
me
can
throw
you
it
make
up here. It's
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he did actually. I prepped Mickey a little
Whoa.
bit. So I know it's a little bit yet. Basically,
Now, what did you build this in? We have to ask. What did you write? What did you diagram this in?
Oh, this is Flowchart Designer. It's free. It's free. There's a bunch of in-app purchases, but it's Flowchart Designer. There's a version 1 on the App Store, and there's a version 3. This is version 1.
And
the
this
only
is,
thing,
and this is on the Mac?
This is on a Mac, yeah. Sorry, yeah. And the only thing I'll tell you about it is as you fill, so this is actually a PDF of Flowchart Designer. In Flowchart Designer, this switcher, do you see my mouse? I don't know if my mouse shows up here yet.
Yes.
So, okay, my mouse is there. So this switcher is full res, so I can actually in Flowchart Designer pull this open and actually see all these knobs, dials, and exactly what they're labeled, which I love. But this interface becomes a little bit clunky as you start to fill it up with high-resolution images. So it does take a little bit of power to pull this off. But yeah, Flowchart Designer version 1. I've used it for probably 6 or 7 years now and just love it for free.
It's very confusing because there's Flowchart Designer and then there's Flowchart Designer 3.
Correct. You want number 1 is the one I'm using.
Okay.
I think 3 is from the same people, but anyways, I'm using 1, just so you know. I haven't even, I didn't know that 3 existed, and we had this discussion recently and said, oh, I'll have to open up and try it. So, sorry, this is 1, but 3 might work better. Just not what I've used so far.
Did all those pictures come with it, or did you have to generate those?
These are things you pull off the internet and throw them into preview, and then do a quick alpha channel disappearance and turn them into PNGs and then pull them in here. So yeah, there's a little bit of work involved in putting something like this together. Long story short, the purple lines are the 4K 12G signal path. And so what we've done is up here on these PTZs, these are Panasonic 150s 4Ks, we're going to pull both the SDI line and then convert that to HDI into this Mini Pro ISO to HDMI, so I can pull it, and then we're going to pull that out and run that to the focus assist so that the focus operator can focus cameras. That's our plan right now, but we're looking into what you suggested yesterday, which is that GPI triggering. GPIO on the back. So that takes a little. And the companion app, we're hoping helps us here too. So this Mini Pro ISO is instead of pulling the aux out from here and routing it to the focus operator.
Oh, right.
And then we are going to go ahead, and this is the ATEM TV Studio 4K. This document, just so people know, it's in the ATEM. This exact document's in the ATEM on Discord. It's the last post right now. And there's an earlier version of the same document. So yeah, this is what we're doing. We're going to end up pulling, because these can do both, we're going to pull the 3G SDI for the ATEM Mini Pro, and then on this camera, the PTZ70, which doesn't have 12G SDI, we're going to just loop through this. We're going to come down. We have some old analog gear that we have to send this signal to. This is actually the camera for the conductor. but we're going to send this to the SDI to HDMI converter and then just loop it back to get it into the ATEM TVS 4K.
That's great.
That 3GI. Yeah. So the solution was, though, is trying to get this signal for this focus assist. So we're either going to, so pretty much we are going to use this ATEM Mini Pro ISO just for this person. So these two items will be close to each other in the booth.
And theoretically, you'll have a streaming bridge.
Yes, we are.
Someday.
Yeah, the ABC CBS. Yeah, we definitely. Yeah, it's definitely in the. We're going to buy them. We'll see how well they work.
That's great.
But yep. So
thanks for
you
sharing
again.
that.
Yeah,
that's
thanks.
amazing.
Oh, it's fun. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun
I
putting this all together.
I feel like I've seen behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and this isn't a wiring
Brilliant.
diagram. This is just a signal flow diagram. So yeah. the wiring gets crazy. So thank you for letting me.
Yeah, thanks, Roscoe.
Awesome.
That's amazing. And I'm glad that, and you said it's up in Discord.
Yes. Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. We're going to go a couple quick ones here. Abe said, a couple days ago, I was running a Zoom meeting and the Zoom stopped working. I couldn't do anything. I wanted to restart it, but was afraid it would stop the meeting. So I left it alone until the end finally worked. What would you have done? I would have restarted, but it would have stopped the meeting for everyone. So one of the reasons that I generally, almost always, sometime in the meeting, before the meeting starts, we'll set up a couple co-hosts in the meeting, is specifically so that if I dump out, someone else can take over. Or someone will, if I lose it, if I'm the host and I dump out, it'll end the meeting for everyone. So I have to be very careful of having it not be me, being that host. Usually want to try to not have that be the case. There's not really a lot of ways. Otherwise, if you are the host and you end it, it's designed from a security perspective to close the meeting. So there's not a lot of ways to fix that if you're the host. Go ahead, but we do co-host so that I'm not the only one managing this, but host still has the ability to close the meeting. You'll notice it when you hit it, where you'll say, do you want to end it for everyone? That just means it's over. Now, technically, if you end it, you can come right back. Everyone can come back to that link. So they could come back in. It's just a matter of them knowing that they can do that. Hosma?
Is co-host only for webinars or for meetings as well?
Meetings have co-hosts as well. And then that gives a couple people a little bit more. It doesn't give them all the controls, but it gives them more controls so that they can help you manage the show. Mickey?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have for meetings, you have to enable co-hosts in the Zoom settings on the website.
Yeah, and then we limit people's ability to share their screen. They have to be a co-host. Not all participants can share screens, and that comes from things we learned early on. Was not to allow people to just anybody to share. Ed Willock, said, I host educational live streams for AV people. Format is half demo, half panel discussion with a live Q&A throughout. Our presenters always go long on their demos. Any recommendations that we can give presenters for planning their content to fit the allotted time? It's a 2-hour show, 60 to 75 minutes of demo. Well, that sounds brutal.
Next question.
That sounds brutal. The main thing is that what we tell people is if you fill people's screen, most of the time you start losing people's active viewing within 60 seconds. They'll just start doing something else, like put up slides, put up demo stuff. You can, for a little while, do that. You can get away with it for 3 to 5 minutes, but after that, it starts to fade off. And so the more you can cut back and forth and ask, when you're answering questions during the event, you're going to end up with a lot more interaction. You're not going to get as tired. They're not going to get as tired. And that whole thing where everyone gets sleepy, it's not because they're sleepy. It's because, their brain doesn't want to do what it's doing. It's like, I got to get out of here. And you need to figure out ways to snap them forward. And the way to do that generally is interaction, and that's the key there. Sky?
I'm for my elephant in the room exercise that I'm doing with my improv group. I'm physically going to give 2 people 5 minutes each, and I'm going to just hold my phone up there with a countdown clock. And we're going to try that at noon today to see if they'll stay within the 5 minute and moderate as you've given that.
Yeah. Bill?
Remember the old joke in the cartoons about somebody's on stage and they bring a big shepherd's hook out and literally pull them off? people, when they're in presentations, your mind starts collapsing, especially if you haven't done presentations a lot and it's kind of your first time up. And we've had lights that go from green to amber to red, like in a drag strip. We've used every possible thing. And at some point they've all failed because people just get that tunnel vision. I'm presenting, I'm excited, I'm focused, I'm trying to keep going. People are watching me, and they just blow everything out. So at some point, I think, other than a literal, excuse me, I need to talk to you for just a second, and then somebody coming over and tapping them on the shoulder and say, you're 3 minutes over already.
Right.
There's almost nothing that'll work.
Yeah. The people spend a lot of time trying to figure out what they're going to say. They just don't spend a lot of time figuring out what people are doing in the actual event, like what they're thinking and what they're present to and everything else. It's when I'm, in front of a lot of people, I'm spending more time paying attention to what they're doing than I have got some stuff to talk about, but, and I think I talked about this the other day. I'll try to keep on keying things into what people are saying. And that's why I like so much in a smaller group. And when I say smaller, less than 100, I want everyone to introduce themselves, so that because then I'll come back, I'll keep on referring back to things that they said for a long time. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I think like having demos or screen sharing a piece of software or showing like a piece of hardware and talking about it isn't like live streaming isn't like the best way to show that, I think, because you could make an excellent pre-recorded piece of material.
If you're going to do a straight demo, you're right. If you're not going to interact with the audience, whatever portion that is, you're better off tightening that and
like,
playing it.
Exactly. And like, I mean, we've discussed it here in office hours a lot, that the reason why you do it live and online is because you could get the interaction.
Right.
And yeah, like I think like a mindset that would be good to have would be like, think of it as like the whole show is discussion, and you can fall back to a demo or show a piece of hardware, show a piece of software, if you have to, but maybe have the mindset that it's discussion and interaction that's needed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm going to move on just because I want to try to finish these questions up before we go to education. Tanya asks, can you explain the difference between a well-done green screen and a virtual background the way that you would explain to a non-technical client? I watched a video interview with you with a photo of your living room as the background. Was that green screen? Yeah, so that was a green screen. That is using the advanced keyer that's inside of the A10 Mini, as well as the Constellation and some of the other switchers that Blackmagic makes. The difference between that and a lot of other keyers is what we call a linear keyer. And what that means is that it is taking the red and the blue. This is not how you describe it to the client. I'll tell you in a second, but it's taking a red and green, the red and blue channel, and it's averaging them, and then it's subtracting it from the green channel. Or if it's blue, it's doing the same thing with the red and green. But the point is that it's just some basic operations because of that. And there's not quite as many sliders as I'd like in that, but you can do a very soft key. In fact, a lot of times that key behind me, I wasn't trying to get all of the background removed. I just want to make it so that it's mostly transparent. And that lets me get all my hair detail, or let me get my hair detail when I was doing that. So to talk to a client, a good green screen background is something where you can see all the hair detail and you don't have big areas that are appearing that aren't, the background isn't appearing over top of your shoulders. Or oftentimes if you have a headset on or something, you'll see in the area of the headset, you'll see these pieces of what is actually behind you because of occlusion. Anyway, so it can't, when it's doing a virtual background, it just can't do a very good background most of the time. And it has this kind of smooth edge thing, and it just feels inauthentic, And so I think that you're better off dressing your background and just having it back there, or putting something that's basic like this if you're not going to key. I had to take my switcher out for a while out of the pipeline, and so I chose to not key and not try to do anything there. And I just feel like most of the time we look like we're working too hard. And I think the whole idea of just, especially when you don't have a green screen, when you're just doing, I'm just going to do what we call a difference key. That's what it's doing, right? It's looking at the background and trying to cut that out of just looking at what's different. When it does that, I feel like it looks so janky, and people won't complain about it. Like, just because people don't complain about things doesn't mean they don't notice, or doesn't mean that it, even worse, doesn't mean that they don't make a decision about it. subconsciously. You know, we often talk about it's not what people see, it's how they feel. You know, and when you have something really well set up and it looks really good, there is a feeling to it that people have. They can't quite put their finger on it. A well-designed ad, or you know, the average person won't be able to understand why that has a certain feeling to it. But all of those things matter, you know, as you start to put that together. And so it's, you know, that's what we talk about is just it will feel different. They won't necessarily notice it. They won't complain about it. They won't even say that it's great when you do it right. But you feel, it feels like you have more authority, you know, than everybody else. You know, when you have a better look and better audio, and they can actually hear you, you're stepping up how you occur for them. And it's just like being dressed really well at a you know, for presenting, not overdone, but not underdone. You know, if you walked up on stage to do a presentation in front of 1,500 people with shorts and a t-shirt, they'd make a decision about you. Maybe you can pull it off, but they'd make a decision about you. When you go in, when you have a bad camera and bad audio and bad lighting, it's like going up on, you know, in front of 1,000 people or 500 people on a webinar. It's like going up there with shorts and a t-shirt barefoot. You know, like, so you just got to decide what you want to, you know, how you want people to, how you want it to occur. And I admit, I come from a family that pays a lot of, my father's a lawyer and he pays a lot of attention to every little thing. Like he wears different, like little, I don't even know, the little
pocket
square that he does. He folds it a certain way and has certain colors based on the day in court, like, and who he's meeting with and how he's doing it, you know. And I wear, you know, I have a lot of French cuff shirts because I know that most people won't notice, but the people who do notice make a decision, you know, about my background and everything else, regardless of whether I was a farm boy or not. And so, you know, so the thing is that people make decisions about all that stuff, sometimes subconsciously, and you need to kind of keep track of that in your head. And those are easy things, in my opinion. Those are the easiest things to do to improve your ability to either, you know, connect with someone, sell something, do whatever. The little things that you pay attention to in those areas are the easiest things to do, as opposed to the big things, which is actually figuring out how to do the thing. James Griner, I think it's Griner, says, do you guys mainly do Zoom productions? If so, how do you get on-screen graphics? We don't mainly do Zoom production. Zoom production is something that comes through, and we use Zoom a lot, but oftentimes in others, we use point-to-points, and then we stream it out to a CDN, and then we can add all the graphics that we want. You can't add Zoom. I can't add like lower thirds and everything over top of a typical Zoom meeting, because that's all being done in the reflector that's in the cloud. So unless you're doing point-to-point connections, you can't add those graphics over top of it. But that's, you know, so you have to kind of do it as a separate production. Anyway, we ran a little heavy. I apologize for that. I thought when we started, I was for sure thought we would be ending at 8:15, but no, we got lots of questions. We have lots of questions coming up for EDU, but I am going to give, I apologize for running a little late, but we are going to give everybody a little bit of a break before we start up another 2-hour talk. So we're going to take a break here till 9:15 so that we can bring in, if you are a educator, and we got a couple of them here, come on in and we'll do a mic check. If you are interested in being on the panel, educator or not, and you want to be part of the panel, definitely raise your Zoom hand. Whoops. I think I might have just added somebody by accident. I apologize if I did. And we'll bring you all in here. And again, sorry for running a little late. I felt like we were so close to finishing all the questions. I figured we might as well just close those ones off before we go into another. We got time, I think. Anyway, so we'll try not to do that too often. And I'm going to take a quick break and stretch my legs for a second. Mickey, are you able to do mic checks with the new folks?
I'm going to grab some coffee. So if anyone
Absolutely.
can.
Bill, can you do mic
Yeah.
checks? Is Bill here? Did Bill leave?
Looks like he did.
He's disappeared.
Wait, we'll be back at 12:15. Yeah, I'll be back before then. I'll do checks. Should be fine.
Okay, we'll do checks here right before we get started. So yeah,
Cool,
go ahead and get some coffee.
We'll
I'm
do
gonna get some more
informal
tea.
checks.
Yeah, go ahead and do informal checks. Roscoe, can you do the checks? See how people are doing?
No, I can try. Sure.
Okay, yeah, give it a shot.
Has everyone added that needs to be? Oh, actually,
I think we might have a
Tony.
couple stragglers, but go ahead and start with the folks that are there. Michael, I think, was the first one there that jumped in.
Got it.
Morning,
All right.
everyone.
Good morning. Let me see if I can figure this out by pinning the... Okay, I can see the meter, and let's see who we have new here. Oh, John Idelson. Oh, Chris Clark, John Idelson, Emily, Michael. Okay, good. Michael, you want to go with you?
Yeah, good morning. It's good to be back. And it looks like I am a little bit quiet, perhaps, but I just dropped in my teaching challenge last night at 3 a.m. since I had some conference presentations to prepare.
Your voice may be quiet. I have you down about -27. Can you give us a little more?
Yeah. All right. Let's see. How's that now? I bumped up the level just a bit on my sound devices.
Yeah, that sounds real good.
That's
there.
about right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Emily, you want to go ahead?
Good morning, everyone, from really rainy Red Hook, New York. Looks like I have a 1820 there going on. Is that all right?
That looks great. That looks
okay,
great.
Good.
Chris Clark.
Good morning from Tempe, Arizona. Things are fine here, and I hope you can hear me clearly. Arizona State University is still pursuing a complex and
Yeah, that's real good. Give us a little vocal volume or just one miniature click up, but you're right there. I can hear you real well. John Idelson, and then we'll go to Bruce Francis.
Thank you.
Good morning from beautiful Monterey Bay, and I'm a little low, but Emily, if you could send some of that rain to here, we could use it to put out fires.
Yes, all right. Yeah, sorry about that, John. I wish we could take care of you. Bruce, please, and then Kent.
Okay, from here in Naples, where we've just missed a couple of hurricanes and are happy about that, but another one's coming along, so one never knows. How does that sound?
I have you at -25, so if you can give us just a little click.
A little higher. Okay, I've got to figure out how to do that on this system of mine.
That's fine. We're in no rush.
Okay, I'll bring it up a little bit, but I'm having some trouble finding my video control at the moment.
Okay, feel free to we'll just come back to you.
I'll fix it up.
Yeah, no problem. Kent, if you'd go. Bruce, if you can go ahead and mute yourself, Bruce.
Okay, yeah.
Good morning. Kent Kersey here from Salem, Oregon. And I am going to need to come up a little bit. Is that correct?
Yes, I have you at -24. So
okay, so testing 1, 2. I'm still talking. It's not rainy here.
A little hot there, so we
Oregon,
need to split the difference there, please.
Yet, but it will be rainy soon. So, and then it will be raining for about 4 months. So, and then it'll be over.
All right, sounded pretty good right there at the end. Can you see the WLM meter there?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
It's kind of weird. I'm trying to figure out why it's doing.
Yeah,
okay,
it takes about takes about 5 seconds for it to actually.
And
be
I wonder
accurate.
if I may have put on my set. That's what I did. I put automatic setting on my Zoom thing. So.
Oh, thank you.
Was showing somebody that, and now it's I think now we're in good shape here. So.
I'm sorry, I forget the standard. Put your location and your name, if you would, please.
Yes.
And
awesome.
then, and maybe we could go through and talk to them. Bruce, I'll come back to you if that's okay.
Okay, I'm trying again. Is this any better now?
That does sound right about right.
Okay, great. I'm on set.
All right. Is anyone else? Garrick, you are already checked, or? Yep. Okay. All right. That's what I have. Thank you, guys.
Could I try that again? Just because now that I got this turned off, I think it is more responsive. So I need to turn it up. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Test. Then it's going to be. It still need to come up, or there we go. Testing 1, 2. That's closer. That's kind of it.
Yeah, it sounded a little distorted though, just when you were talking loud. So.
Okay. Test 1, 2. So. All right. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Tony Mobley. All right. I'll give you a second there, Tony, to get hooked up and just unmute and talk when you want.
Good morning. Hey, guys. A funny thing happened today. it has been dark and cloudy here all morning. And the minute that the education hour came on, the sun started shining bright. So I have no artificial light. This is all natural light that's showing right now.
It's great. Yeah. No, you sound really good. Can you tilt are you on a laptop? Can you tilt it down just a little bit? I'd love to see there more of your face. There we go. Yeah, if you could put your eyes now. This is my training, and I not run this by Alex, but in the magic tic-tac-toe of the world, a lot of cameras have this grid that looks like a tic-tac-toe board. The eye should always be on the upper tic-tac-toe line. So I can't put that on here, but that's if anyone else has a comment on that, I'll go ahead. I think we're good with sound checks, though. Thank you.
Thank you. I had epic fail yesterday. It was really funny. I was trying to come in, and my computer just died.
Oh, reboots are always good. So, guys, it's a free hour now until Alex gets back, so everyone can unmute and just chit chat.
One of the things that we always do is put your fist on top of your head, and then put your frame right at the top of your fist, and that should give you good headroom. Put your eyes right about there.
Yeah, the only problem with that is it depends on how much I'm zoomed in. So,
That's true.
Because if I am zoomed in and I put that fist up there, my eyes are on the bottom of the frame. So, and I use terms like outside eye. What do you guys call this part of your eye right here? We call it the sleepy seed. And that's what goes on that vertical tic-tac-toe on one side or the other, depending on which side of the vector line we're on. So,
Roscoe,
yep.
Can you describe rule of thirds and also the other conical concept? I know that's deeper.
No, you mean the
start with rule of thirds. That's
the
easy.
confusion of focus or whatever.
The golden ratio.
Framing.
Well, the rule of thirds is simple because we're doing mostly 2-character scenes. So one character needs to be on this side looking this way. Now it's where my eyes go that matter. And the other character needs to be on this side looking this way. And the eyes have to be going. Otherwise, they don't look like they're looking at each other when I cut back and forth. So each character gets their portion of the screen. And that has to be maintained all the way in zooming in. So even if I'm zooming in, their eye has to be on that tic-tac-toe. Even if I'm back here, their eye has to be on that tic-tac-toe. And it doesn't matter if you cut off their forehead and chin, the eye stays on that tic-tac-toe, and we like that.
I've never heard it called tic-tac-toe. That's brilliant. And the other thing, if for a deeper dive and bonus points, crossing the 180 line, but we'll talk about that's a much deeper dive.
Can't do it here without diagrams.
The WLM meter, which now I'm too hot again.
Yep.
How does one get one of those for his or her own computer?
It is a Windows scrape, and I believe it's a plugin that you can use it in Audio Hijack. I believe any VST, is it VST capable? Other people are not.
Any plugin capable host, basically. So
Yeah,
it can
any
be
plugin.
Linux. It can be. I think there is a Professor or something for Windows as well, and Audio Hijack, or any DAW can host it basically.
So Audio Hijack has one of those.
No,
that in it.
it's a plugin you buy
from
Audio
Waves.
From Waves.
Yeah.
And then you add it to Audio Hijack or any other DAW. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say Audio Hijack. That's just what I would use.
Okay.
And then you screen scrape it to put it on Zoom.
So if you were just doing a regular Zoom call, the workflow of that would be what would be the first step? What are you downloading or?
So you would need something, first of all, that can see your Zoom signal. And in my case, again, that would be Audio Hijack. Then I would need the plugin to actually display what's going on with that signal. And then I would need something to scrape that. In other words, it could be as simple as in my case, it would be an ATEM Mini, because I would run this on an external screen, and then I would scrape that screen because I use an old MacBook Pro. So you'd scrape it out, and then you'd have to add it back in to Zoom. So in my case, it would take over my face because I don't have a second computer just sitting there to do this. Whereas Mickey, I believe in this case, has a computer sitting there just to do that WLM meter for us.
So I have just MacBook Pro, that kind of thing. So where would you suggest that I would go for a plugin on that?
Audio hijack.
Okay. And audio, so I have audio hijack. So it is one of the features of that.
Yeah, no. So the you need to Waves is the company that makes the product. So you download the Waves little application from their website, and you get a license. And when you have it open, or once you have the application installed, then in Audio Hijack it will add a list of plugins. One of which is the Waves meter. And so in
Got it.
Audio Hijack, then you set up. So right now I have a local version, which is purely monitoring my microphone input. So the trick then is to make sure that when you're using it in Audio Hijack, the source then is the output of the Zoom call.
It's worth clarifying a little bit. The plugins we're talking about are VST plugins. VST is an industry standard for audio
No.
manipulation. We're not talking VST?
Not only VST. Waves offers their plugins in various formats. VST being one of those. They also offer them in AU formats.
Okay.
Pro Tools uses AAX plugins. Waves offers most of their plugins that they sell in all these formats.
So if I'm
Audio
using
Hijack
audio,
is a VST host, right?
Audio Hijack uses AU plugins.
Uses
if
AU.
I-
Okay,
yeah,
I'm mistaken.
AU,
Sorry.
Audio units.
But the point is, it's a host application, and you plug in the plugin format that that device supports.
so then
And
audio
Kent, if you-
hijack sees that then, right?
Yep.
It'll notice you have that on there.
Yeah.
It'll define a directory where you need to place the plugin, and you can.
Yeah.
It'll then find it.
And Kent, if you don't want to spend money on the Waves plugin, there's something called Ulean, which gives you something similar that is free and quite good.
How do you spell that?
YOUNLEAN, I believe.
Sounds like a country western song.
I'll
And
put a link.
I think Hasmukh shared a video in Discord, so you might be able to just look at that and go over that once. He has gone through the whole process for it, and once you go through that, then you can come back and ask more questions if you need any
Yeah.
help. You can just ask in
Yeah.
Discord for that.
Cool. Who is it that put that up?
Hasmukh.
Hasmukh. If you just search for Audio Hijack, I think.
Okay,
Is it in
cool.
the
Thanks.
audio section, Vicky?
I'm not sure where Hasmukh put it up.
And somewhere in there, Mickey also shared a post with the audio, with the WLM settings.
Yeah, well, those were. I mean, I was just sharing the settings that was actually started by Tucker. Yeah, actually, it's been a while since Tucker's been here.
Yeah.
I think he's been busy.
Thank you.
All
That
right.
was helpful.
Mickey, are you going to trust my audio work?
What do you mean by audio?
I went through and checked their levels, but you don't need to double check.
Dude, like, yeah, I don't need
You're
to.
going to trust me.
double-
All right. Good.
Of course.
We
of
trust you,
course.
Rusk. You're a professional.
Come on.
So.
Come
All right.
on.
So we're shifting our gears to education. So sorry we're starting a little late for those of you who got here, but we're ready to roll. So if you have questions about how online education, media production, all of those areas related to that, and it can be anything from K through 12 to e-learning. Go ahead and ask those now and vote those questions up. Remember that this is really a show driven by the audience. And so you need to ask questions and vote on questions. And if you vote them up high, we'll talk about them first. If you don't vote on any of them or not very many of them, we might get to the end and go, we're done. So anyway, so definitely vote on questions and ask those questions. First question comes in from James Babbitt. He said, is there a setting in Zoom to allow a teacher to see more students on one screen when using a laptop and also when using an iPad? There is one setting as far as seeing those. Of course, you can get out a speaker view and a gallery view, which is what we may be looking at here. Then, of course, in your web setting, in your video settings, you'll see under meetings, you'll see display up to 49 participants per screen in the gallery view. And so that is one way to see. I'm set to 49. So as long as we have less than 49 people, I'll see everybody on a single screen. Mickey and then Beju.
Yeah, exactly that. But do know that there is a limitation to what machines can do that.
Right.
I think it's like like a certain model of like i7 or i5 or
Right.
some like number of cores. I don't remember exactly, but there is a limitation.
Yep. Go ahead, Beju, and then Colin.
Yeah, just about on the specs. I think it needed a recent generation i5, i7, and at least decent more than 8 gigs of RAM. I think RAM's the other limitation. Otherwise, and
Yep, Colin.
Just that on the other part of the question is about an iPad. As far as I know, the iPad app does not allow you to expand beyond the default of whatever. I think it's 9 per screen. That may be my iPad specifically. I'm not sure.
Right.
But the other issue, of course, is resolution on the desktop or laptop will also impact what it'll limit its maximum display for you.
Yep. Joe?
If you have a Mac running Catalina and an iPad running iOS 13, you can use Sidecar to use the iPad as a secondary display, which could be a way of using the iPad to view people in the meeting and getting around some of the iOS or iPadOS specific limitations.
Yep. Roscoe?
Yeah, actually, I have a question. Is there any way you could use an Apple TV to somehow? I'm thinking, these teachers need these large displays to be viewed. Is there any way?
Seems like you do AirPlay, right?
To AirPlay, but as a second screen.
Yeah.
So that,
You should be able to, like AirPlay devices. You need, I believe, not Catalina or like 2 or 3 back.
I think
allow
Mojave.
you to air.
I think Mojave was the first one that. I don't think High Sierra does it.
Yeah, but there's an option in the displays menu that says use as a separate display, and it's off by default, but it is one of the AirPlay AirPlay options.
Great.
You can use.
Ruth Hernandez asks, I'm a big scribbler on a whiteboard while I teach and a terrible typist. Anyone out there scribbling while they teach or they present online, what hardware combo would you suggest? I have a Mac Air as my main computer. Go ahead, Emily.
I was just going to go right off with if she's using a Mac Air, she can sidecar the iPad and then there's multiple apps, including just notes, where you can do scribbles or I just blanked on the one that I have that I really like. But yeah, there's a lot of apps that support, so that you can use as a second screen, the doodles that you do as you teach.
What I was using on a show just recently, and I was looking around because I was trying to find my iPad. On a web presenter actually has 2 inputs. One is one input on the web presenter is HDMI and the other one's SDI. So I had my camera coming into that, and I had my iPad coming into the other one, and I just filled Keynote with 30 white slides so that I can just swipe and then draw. So if you have some way, I'm using a web presenter, but if you have some way to share your iPad screen, whether it's AirPlay or whether it's another member of another participant or whatever it is, you can. One thing to know is that with the iPad with a pencil, if you create a whole bunch of white slides, you just simply swipe to the next one and then keep drawing. And so you can draw all these little diagrams and keep on swiping. Now you just have to think about how many you're going to use. You can go back to them while you're in the state. Unfortunately, I haven't found a setting in the iPad that lets you save what you drew. So if you're doing all those things, it's not going to save all those things. As soon as you jump out of the presentation, it immediately goes back to nothing. But it's a really easy, free, if you have an iPad version, way to do that. Michael, and then Colin, and then John.
Yeah. If you're using the iPad, the other thing, if you don't have a web presenter, is in Zoom when you screen share, under one of the options is to select an iOS device as the screen sharing output. So regardless of whether or not you have Sidecar, you can do it, and it supports wired and wireless. If you don't have an iPad, a USB-based document camera that is a top-down view of whatever's under it, and a pad of paper can work really well. And in Zoom, you can switch your camera view, or under advanced, you can share that as a second screen as well. And the advantage of the second screen as well is that you will get better resolution. So if you're scribbling something a little bit more detailed, that may make a difference.
And you do have whiteboard, right? You were saying whiteboard in Zoom as well. Yeah, Colin?
I'm a big fan of the document camera solution, but if your presentation includes web pages, take a look at scribble.com with 1B. These guys have been around for about 20 years. They're a National Science Foundation funded project that have very free and very affordable academic plans. They allow you to do extensive annotation and storage of annotations of web pages. So if you can go through and pre-annotate your content and then present it. It's very cool. And you can, and of course, annotate things live as well. It's good stuff.
John Edelson.
I was just going to say, mentioning recordings, that's why I like Doceri, the program I talked before. You do all your annotations and then it's saved and you could record it and play it back at the same speed that you did originally or speed it up.
That's great. Tony asks, I have a set of audio only and audio plus video lecture recordings of me. I want to create transcripts. They don't have to be perfect, but I'd like to use them as a draft of a script for a future presentation on the same topics. Do you have any recommendations on how to do this with iOS apps? Go ahead, Colin, and then Sky, and then Michael. Whoop,
almost worked. That almost worked. Upload it to YouTube as a private video and let YouTube annotate it for you.
And then download the SRT?
Download the SRT and you'll have a timed annotation. It's great.
Yeah. And go ahead, Sky.
TEMI is one of those AI group on cloud-based transcription services. It's live. It's not free, but it's like 10 cents a minute. Or pretty good.
Do you say annotation? Transcription. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to suggest if you have audio, I believe YouTube still needs you to have some video associated with that audio to upload it.
It needs to be a video.
Video,
it can be a single screen, but it needs to be in a video
format. Yeah. So if you don't want to do that, the app or service otter.ai has a mobile app, and I forget if you can upload files right from the mobile app, but you can also use their website from Safari on an iPad as well. And I forget which level of service you need. It's still pretty cheap, but you do have to pay for the one that gives you timing SRT exports. So just make sure that that's in your options. But OtterWorks Rev is similar to Otter. And as far as I know, their website also works from Safari on the iPad.
And one of the ones that we use in Final Cut, and you can use it with Premiere and DaVinci and a couple other ones, is SimonSays.ai. And what Simon Says does, this is, you basically, if you have a Final Cut project, you can just say, send this, or Premiere, you can say, send to Simon Says. It'll go up to the web. 20 minutes later, it'll come back down. And it's fairly accurate and all timed for subtitling and so on and so forth. But you get a paragraph document back as well. And what's interesting about it is if you have that all linked to your program, your project, you can actually do assembly edits just by editing the text. So it's really good for interviews where you're going to assemble stuff. It's a little bit more than what you're doing right now, but it's good to know that kind of thing is out there. Next question from Chris Clark. Teacher and student friends and family have gotten into buying and wearing blue light filtering glasses advertised to reduce eye strain when on screens all day. Any advice on this, and is it worth it? Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Two pieces of advice. I think you really have to try it to decide if it's for you. If you wear prescription glasses, I would advise not doing it with your main prescription until you have had experience wearing it for a while, because I made the mistake of doing that with my last prescription, and you do get used to it. But if you are the kind of person that spends your time color correcting photos and looking at videos, then you will look at your walls and notice that there is a slight cast to them, and you will constantly be doing this to check the whiteness of something. I found that immensely frustrating, and it wasn't strong enough for me to pick up much of a difference. But I have a lot of friends that use them, especially at night, and really like them, and so I would recommend a second pair first.
You can also have settings in most of your monitors, and computers will let you just do the correction in the screen. So you don't have, if you don't want to use a filtered glasses, like my phone is set on the warmest setting it can possibly be on the whole time. And I definitely feel like it made a difference. So unless I'm doing color correction on my phone or like looking at it for color on something, my phone is set to the nighttime, whatever, all the time. Like it is just literally on, and it's on as hard as it can go and as low as I'm willing to deal with it. Mostly because I felt like that really reduced my eye strain a lot by having it be a warm color instead of a blue one. There is a lot of research that's starting to come out about blue light on mobile phones that not good. So I got a little sensitive to it, and but regardless of what damage it might be doing to our eyes, I found that it was much more comfortable to use my phone when I had that warm setting on all the time. And then if I need to correct something, I fix it. What's really weird is when I pick up my phone after I've turned it off, I'm like, wow, this is so bright and hard and blue, and I can't understand what's going on. And so anyway, go ahead, Colin.
I would say the answer is mileage may vary. I mean, as a guy who spends his entire day staring at screens, primarily at text and not video, I didn't have the color correction issue, but I also didn't see a significant improvement when I was wearing them. Now I have contacts, and so I got the non-prescription. I forget which brand I tried, but it didn't make a significant difference for me. Mileage may vary. Check it out. It might work for you. I don't know.
Roscoe?
Yeah, I actually turned it on, and now I actually, when I see one that doesn't have night shift on,
right,
it bothers me. It's like,
Yeah.
wow, that's actually kind of like feels like it's hurting my eyes.
It does. That's the night shift that you. Thanks for pointing out the correct term for it. The night shift is what is on the iPhone to do that, and there are some conspiracy theories that the move to dark mode and the move to adding all these night shifts is because people already know how much damage those things are doing to our eyes, and they're just trying to quietly, without making a big deal about it, just quietly move into a more healthy environment without raising any alarms, because it's not good for us. So dark mode is also a good thing for you, for your eyes. And we don't know, again, we're all big guinea pigs in this process, and it's not clear, it's turned out that, our bodies now are completely, we got plastic all through us, and we've got all kinds of other chemicals through us because, we kind of got experimented on by all of these things. Bruce, and then Joe.
Just to push this to the extreme, I've had cataract surgery, and I find the dark mode is necessary. I use it as much as I possibly can.
Yeah, I definitely, as a production artist, you're used to everything being dark gray. So all of our production tools are all dark gray, dark gray, dark gray, dark gray, dark gray. And so when you see something, all the other tools are frustrating for that, because you're used to having the color pop out because everything else is in the background. It's also why Mukana, for instance, is mostly dark. That was a long time before dark mode. It's just that you want what you're looking at to be bright and everything else to be kind of in the background. Go ahead, Joe.
On iOS and iPadOS, I find that True Tone makes a difference just as far as making things look more pleasing to the eye. I turn it off whenever I edit photos, and I'm like, whoa, that looks weird. And like everything looks so cool. It looks strange. And if you're worried about eye strain, there are different names for this, but the 10-10-10 rule is a good rule to keep in mind. So every 10 minutes or so, stare at something that's at least 10 feet away for 10 seconds, just to kind of give your eyes a little bit of a breather. I found that makes a big difference.
I find that you don't have to think about any of those things if you just drink 2 liters of water a day. Your natural processes require you to get up pretty often, so you don't have to think about it. You don't have to have little timers. You don't have to just drink 2. Just the only thing you have to remember is drink 2 liters of water a day, and everything will sort itself out. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, it's just worth mentioning that if you want to try night shift and you're not on either a recent Mac or you want more control, or you're on a PC, Flux, F.lux, is the generic app that gives you control on desktop computers. There is a similar one for Android, although I believe it's also built in now. I forget the name, but you have options out there.
That's great.
Yes, Flux is also not. It will work on older Macs as well.
Yeah, that's great. Emily asks, with K through 12 teachers going back to school through Labor Day, what will office hours education focus look like going forward? I think that a lot of it has to do with, and we're going to continue to do education. A lot of it has to do with the success of the days that we do it on. So if we have more teachers joining, if it starts to whittle out a little bit, like today and yesterday were a little slow, from a participation perspective. So, a lot of it is if teachers are sharing it and a lot of teachers are here and it grows, then I'm happy to keep doing it. If it keeps going at the trajectory that it's going right now, we'll probably do less of it. We won't stop doing it, but it might be an hour rather than all morning. It might be a specific hour that we kind of handle those questions. And so I would, if it grew, like if we had 500 educators here, I would expand it to all of Saturday. Like I would just sit here and we would just do this until 6 o'clock at night. That's not the case right now. So we're constantly error correcting based on participation. Go ahead, Emily, and this guy.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, well, I won't be here on Fridays anymore, so I'm like going to be listening to Mukana with a thing in my ear and talking to kids or whatever. But the other thing was, like on Saturdays, I'm going to see like teachers are going back to school, so right now they're really freaked out, and then I think they'll be like, September may be quiet into October just because they're dealing with the fires
Right.
and they may be still asking questions about the tech. But then I think some more questions might gear teachers towards like the actual pedagogy of how do we teach like this. And so
Right.
I was wondering if we would move, like maybe the first hour would be tech questions and the second hour could be pedagogy or, something along those lines.
Yeah, I think that could definitely work. And again, I also want to bring back the verticals that we had on Saturdays, for some of the other stuff. And I just have to figure out within my schedule everything, and figuring out whether we maybe hand off some of those things as well, which we've done in the past. And so we just have to kind of I'm figuring all of that out to make that work. Go ahead, Sky.
I must say, Emily and Chris and John and now Bruce and Kent and Tony, your insights of little successes and challenges excite me because they're real world problems that real people are facing. And it's not a lot of hyperbole. And I come from entertainment. So I love this conversation. Please keep it coming.
We're definitely going to keep the conversation going. We're not going to stop any of that. I mean, this is what I really love to talk about. So I think that I'm doing it as much for me as everybody else, because I'm constantly trying to figure it out. Like I'm working on schools and design systems and figuring out how people learn and everything else. And so for me, it's a place where I'm learning from all of you. And so we're not going to stop it. It's just a matter of, do we need 3 hours of it a week as opposed to 1 hour or 2 hours a week? That's really the only thing we're thinking about. And if that hour becomes busting at the seams, then we'll add another hour. That's a lot of it's just responsive. And I look at it as if people are sharing it with a lot of their friends and it's growing, then that's something that's valuable and we should keep doing it. If it's not, then we should, keep on error correcting. I have to admit, I was in agile development before it had a name. Like all I do is just do stuff and then just kind of just respond to what's happening while I'm doing it, and just kind of as an organism. Go ahead, Chris.
Teachers have been thrown into agile development too, and they may not know the name, but they will be scrambling, and that's started already, but it's different parts of the country have different first day of school days. My prediction is that we're going to have more specific questions from teachers who've actually started to try to act on the plans that their districts and they themselves and people like Emily have helped them establish.
Right.
So if anything, the potential for the demand for answers, including answers to questions that have already been asked by early adopters.
And the funny thing is that if you ask the questions twice, you'll get two different answers, and both of them are accurate. It's just two different angles of the same, because a lot of times this is moving so fast that our opinion about how to do it, we went, we were really, a bunch of us bought Samson mics and we're really into Samson mics. Then we found the Pile mic, and then now we sold that out worldwide. And so we're kind of like, if you come back 2 weeks later, we may have a different set of opinions. There are certain things, basics that stay the same, but I think that that's why I think that you can keep on doing this every week or every day, is because we're in a moving target. It's
called a community of practice, and the community of practice gets smarter and more responsive to changing circumstances in the world, instead of just sticking with our packaged set of answers that seem smart in July.
Right. John?
I was going to say what Emily spoke about is I find that I'm not on office hours as much, because there's other office hours that I'm on that are more specifically towards K-12 and higher ed. And very rapidly it goes to pedagogy. We've gotten taken care of some of the technical issues, but classroom management, we have some crazy districts that are saying, they have to have at least 3 hours per day of direct instruction, and trying to deal with 3 hours of direct instruction with a fourth grader. Yeah, Emily, you're raising your hand and smiling. I'll turn to you.
My daughter's response to that, I asked her how this one class went, and she just said, she said it in this pace. She said, they did a PowerPoint presentation for 1 hour. This is a sixth grader. She's just like, she just had this horrible look on her face. Like she's like, you know, and it was just, and they're my kids are my report card on all of this right now. And because it's a pretty, in person, it's a pretty highly rated school. Online, it hasn't gotten there yet. Colin, and then Emily.
I just wanted to touch on agile development because that term annoys me to no end. It's the same technique that's been around for 40 years. In the 80s, it was called top-down programming. The idea being you can make quick pivots when you need to because you have a small development team and minimal documentation, only the required, minimum required documentation. The concepts are the same. It doesn't change. Not that that's really important to this discussion, but agile development annoys the hell out of me. I'm done. I'm gonna get off my soapbox. All right.
Okay. Soapbox away. All right, Emily.
I was just going to say, I had a dream the other night that I called you guys from school. Like I was in a classroom trying to get a smart board to work with a Zoom meeting, doing something. And like, I was calling into the show. You let me in, even though it wasn't like in the middle of office hours, but then someone in the panel was like talking directly to me, trying to solve the problem. And I was so upset. I was like nervous that you were going to yell at us that I kept telling them to be quiet in the chat. And it was just like this big office hours dream, which was hilarious. But I also see coming true in, the future. So
I'm going to call that a prophecy.
Yeah, if you came in the morning and said I got a 911 and it was like 8:15 and we're answering questions, we would totally stop for you. Like we'd be like, okay, let's figure out this whiteboard, like and so that you should know that's an open invitation. Absolutely.
And we're always available on Discord. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and especially in the morning, like as you're figuring it out, because it's later for you, 9 o'clock in the morning. We're all up, and that's the time. Like if you're trying to figure something out, we're all sitting around figuring stuff out. Go ahead, Bruce.
Just to support for a minute Colin's idea about agile development, I kept thinking of ready, fire, aim as the phrase that describes it for me.
Well, I think that
that's
the issue is that you get, the hard part is that again, whatever you call it, and this is important. I think it's pertinent to the education process too, is because we see a lot of people like I had this constant fight in Rwanda with the Ministry of Education, which is that they wanted these huge class plans for the next year and a half. And I'm like, we're media development. Like whatever we write is not going to be true. Like it's not like what we do is we have to respond to what's there. We have to keep on, responding to that curriculum. And it made them absolutely crazy. And so they finally tried to kill us they finally tried to kill our school by having an audit. So they audited us to find out what our success rate was. And it turned out that we were one of the most successful schools in the whole country, for workforce development. And so, as far as placement and, people actually working in the industry and doing so and so on and so forth. So it was because it was what we were doing is we were responding to what the students needed. We were responding to what the market needed. We were responding and we knew what we were trying to teach. We knew those basics that have to be taught, but how we did it. And I think that in education right now, we need to think about that, which is how do we keep on responding? We want to have a plan, but we also always have to take into account that the map is not the territory, and you have to, if there's something there, especially when you get Google, Google is, you often get reminded that the map is not the territory.
I wasn't trying to dissuade anyone from
no, I understand.
Using an agile development approach. No, I'm agreeing with you.
It's what you call it.
It's a successful approach. I'm just saying that it's been around for a very long time under many different names. Now, that's not to discount the other approach. Look at China. They've had 10 and 20 and 50-year plans for things that work. But if you look at their 10-year internet plan, they're not talking about technology. They're talking about societal interaction and management. So it's technology will change very rapidly. You need to be able to change with it, whether you call that agile development or top-down development or whatever else.
And regardless of technology, and again, to bring it back to education, is that it's easy to model what you think people are going to do. It's just hard. It's hard to model exactly what they actually are going to do. And it's so important to have an idea and have a theory about what you're going to do, but then be able to keep dancing with what is actually happening. and we see people that will want to hang on to the format that they built. We used to talk about one of the big advantages that we had, that my former company had, was that we built the kits. We took a different policy, and it was very labor intensive. We didn't build fly kits that went out all the time and were the same kits. We'd have a meeting with clients. We would design the fly kit, and then we'd build it again, and we build it over and over and over again. And what that meant is we were changing how we did shows between every single show. There were new pieces of gear, there were new things, there were new processes. Everything was new every single time, and we would be changing by 10 or 15% every single show. And in a studio, the actual studio can define what you do because it's limited by whatever it does, and it's what you know how to do, or the fly kit, or the way you're teaching. And so we were constantly responding, not trying to respond to everything that went wrong every single time, but responding to let's fight these battles on this next one. And so when I teach classes, I'm constantly doing something different that I learned in the last class, and learned in the last talk, and even with this, we keep on progressing what we're doing. Go ahead, Sky, and then Chris.
I think it's the U.S. Marine Corps that has prepare, modify, adapt, or something. It's a 3-word phrase that just talked about what you did. And Bruce, your comment about ready, fire, aim, I found that was in a marketing phrase. That was the proper order of things, because they didn't know what was going to work. So they were going to fire first and then do the statistics after of see what they hit. So it was a shotgun versus a laser or a rifle.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Chris.
I've done a lot of research on teacher planning back in the day before the internet. And I can summarize my grandiose record very briefly, which is it's really important to plan, and it's really important to change the plan once you get into the situation.
Right.
Simple as that. The planning that you do prepares you,
right,
to think of things, to imagine what things might be like, to bring the right, to bring a gun. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
Right,
so you got to imagine the situation, but that the situation is not going to be as you imagined it. And with students, that the students weren't in on your plan, so that they have no idea what the game is.
And I think I said this yesterday. One of my favorite things in Armageddon is when they have their little cards of how far they should have drilled in the asteroid. And Bruce Willis looks up and he just goes, "This is what happens when you drill." Like who made this up? Like who came up with this? I cannot follow your little whatever, that some mathematician. And you just need to know that when you're teaching and when you're doing any of these things, that some things will go faster than you expected and some things will go slower than you expected. And it has, it's just, you have to figure that out. Go ahead, John Idelson, and then Michael.
Well, teacher credentialing programs, help teachers build models for creating lesson plans. And some districts require that those lesson plans exist, be in written form, and be available for a substitute teacher. And those lesson plans are a template. They're not, something to stand by. But I think that's really one of the big challenges we have now, because teachers had lesson plans for the content. Many times the content wasn't chosen by them as a curriculum committee. They chose a publisher's textbook, meeting Leave No Child Left Untested standards. So we're not only dealing, we're not only dealing with what hardware, but if I have my beef this morning that kept me up was just so upset at the content contributors, those textbook publishers, the people who created the curriculum resources for schools, are not doing their part to help in the modification to make those work online.
Do they even know how?
Well,
I'm sorry.
Don't get me started on that yet.
Oh
They
my
don't.
gosh.
So maybe I should be glad they aren't.
Yeah, I think that we would do better if they all just dropped out, and like something new cropped up, because, I was so disillusioned by it when Apple partnered with Pearson to do iBook stuff, and Pearson put out iBooks. Pearson was supposed to show what you could do with it, and it was just a complete disaster. And a disaster in the way that, it literally killed off 10 years of development, what they did, because they didn't create any vision for it. And, there was a book or an app I think is still out there, called Elements. Has anyone seen Elements? If you downloaded Elements, and I don't know if it's still out or not, I remember getting it with the iPad, and it was, this is what books could become. You know, you could open up the all the elements in the periodic table, and it had little things you could rotate around, and things popped up, and you suddenly realized that we didn't have to be contained by text anymore, and we were going to have this whole interactive experience where you could explore ideas and everything else. But it was an app because iBooks didn't do all the things that it needed to do. And if they had gone to that developer and figured out, like, just adapted to what they were doing and figured that out, we wouldn't have textbooks the way we had them today. Instead, they went to the old guard, which was safe, I guess, and they ended up with a safe solution, and it probably cost Apple billions to do that, because they could have changed the game rather than trying to fight with Amazon over text. They could have just changed the whole playing field. You know,
well, in addition to the elements, they did one on biology. It's an incredible book, and but the publishers didn't come along with it. That issue, what happened down there was pick your partners carefully.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Go ahead, Kent.
Yeah, and part of this is too how important it is to have backup plans and redundancy plans, you know, because whatever that, you know, if I'm counting on this webcam, it's going to die. So I better have a second one. You know, one of my classes this week, I had all this set up and it just died at the last minute. So I just had to go to my laptop and use that camera. And so it seems like you always have to be ready for when this doesn't work, what am I going to go to next? And also the idea of like there's postmortems, you know, after someone dies, and you look back and see, well, why did they die? To do that before the thing and say, if this crashes and burns, what are the points that you know, what are the weak links that this is gonna die? You know, that may sound kind of pessimistic, but I don't know how else to think through the process of something's gonna go, even if it's bulletproof. If we think it is, it's not. Something's gonna go wrong here.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Eeyore, just call me Eeyore, I guess. You know.
Michael.
Yeah.
One thing I'll say to that real quickly is that I often say, I tell my kids, it is better to be an often surprised pessimist than an often surprised optimist. like when you approach production, like, you just always think that all the things that go wrong, and then go, oh, it worked. But you're better off doing it that way than the other direction. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, on both the planning piece and the agile piece, because I do teach a course based on agile. You know, part of this is planning in your plans to accept and adapt with change, and making sure that you have the tools that enable you to build that change. So in software, that means knowing how to find errors that customers give you that are unexpected and respond to them easily. In the syllabus, right, that means thinking about where you can reorder things and where you can have some slop, or where you can have content. You know, we all love every piece of our content, but I always know if I need to drop something, you know, which are the pieces that I can drop first, and it's not going to affect, you know, as big as, or it won't have as big as an effect as I worry about. And, you know, I hear from other instructors who are like, if we get off by 2 days, the rest of the semester is just ruined. And, you know, you just really can't have that attitude. I mean, you can, and then you end up stressed for 15 weeks. And there's already enough things to stress me out. So, you know, it's part of this is planning to adapt and making sure that you do have a plan, but you do know how to, you know, give yourself the opportunities to adjust it without redoing the entire plan.
I think that some of this for me is oftentimes content versus engagement. An engaged student body will solve all the problems for you. Like, they will go spend time between classes. They'll ask lots of questions. They'll do all kinds of other things that will fill in all those gaps. You having to very rarely, especially today, do teachers actually have to tell the students anything. Like, they can go find it. They can go Google that, and they can watch it on YouTube, and they can do all these other bits and pieces. They need to be guided and given expert advice, and and be excited about what they're working on, and be inspired, about what that looks like. I on a 45-minute talk, I plan 15 minutes of content. Just so everyone, like, I could go through, if no one says anything, it'll be 15 minutes. And I barely get through it, the 15 minutes every single time, but I don't have a 45-minute talk. I have 30 minutes of bonus material. Like, I have other things, like, if they didn't talk, I've got other things that I would, and if I wander around with a long explanation, it's because I'm buying time. But I'm trying to figure out how I pull them into it. But I have very little content. And when I design an entire curriculum, I design it around 15 minutes of content per piece. with tons and tons of discussion, you know, like, and getting people excited, and then figuring out how we push that off, put those other peaks off, and how do we send them videos to fill in the times in between to make that work. But I find that getting them engaged and getting them excited is a big part of, I would say, most of our job, is people being excited about learning, you know, and then when they get excited about learning, they solve a lot of things on their own. You don't have to do it for them. And when you give them all that content, like that hour that someone inflicted on my daughter, she didn't get anything out of that. Like all she got was, oh my gosh, this is so boring, you know, and we have to figure out how to solve that problem. Chris.
The challenge is to change the planning question from how can I cover the material, as Michael pointed out, to how can I get something started for the students, or how can the students get something started that's triggered by, you know, what we came together to understand differently. And as a side note, I've redefined learning as primarily remembering, reinterpreting, and reorganizing things you already know. So I think an awful lot of us educators think about learning as new stuff. But my experience is that most new stuff, as Colin points out, is old stuff relabeled, repackaged.
Right.
And that's true of the background knowledge of our students. Michael's students at Berkeley know a lot of things that could be helpfully reorganized to allow them to do more powerful things with what they already know, mostly already know. Right. So my formula for a helpful course is that it's 85% familiar information, 15% perhaps new, and then spending our energy reorganizing, reinterpreting, and reminding people of what they know.
Right. That's great. Emily asks, advanced math, students have Chromebooks and Google Classroom. How do we give feedback and assess students best? Is there a software that supports showing the work that maintains the integrity of the test? Kids asynchronously accessing test. Best editor for advanced math questions. Math. Go ahead, Colin, and then Michael.
Oh, Michael might have some more input on this, but I was going to suggest Maple. Of course, the licensing is ridiculous for it, so it's not something that's going to be available to middle school students. It's a tough one.
Michael.
Yeah. Math editors really, they all frustrate me in different ways. My favorite approach so far, and one that has interestingly been pretty successful at Berkeley, is you either go completely down the route of having students typeset their assignments, which is not an option for anything but university students and professors, because going full down that way takes a lot of time. But pen and paper for math work really well, and anything that allows you to annotate digitally, whether that's with a pen or circling, those are the approaches that I found to be most scalable for equations like that. In terms of assessment, it's really hard, but a simple approach, Canvas has some stuff in their quizzing tool that can work well, and they do have a free version of Canvas that individual teachers can use if it's not your district's LMS, assuming they let you use it. But there is a product called Lockdown Browser that lets you kind of control that environment a little bit more. All those things get complicated in terms of setting them up, but they might be worth looking at.
Yeah, I don't know very many on Chrome. One of the things I do find fascinating in math is just visualizers, where you can put the calculations in as someone learning how to do it. And when I was a kid, not when I was a kid, but I was younger, I did a lot of that. Being able to just sit there and play with it and see how parabolas work and see how these other pieces work. And what I will say about that is I find that I learn much more when I get interactive. I can change if I can change something and watch how it responds. It's the same thing we were talking about in scopes earlier this week. is that you get an understanding of how it works, you know, and everything else. If you get this response back and forth where you can put in a math calculation and watch what it does and put out another one, you get this organic understanding of it that good mathematicians get. You know, they get to that point where they can visualize it in their head, but being able to externalize that helps a lot, understanding how that works. Go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, it was funny because it was from a teacher who teaches AP Calc and then university statistics for SUNY, but because they're through a public school, they don't get, you know, they don't get to use the Canvas feature that SUNY uses. And so it was the first time I've encountered, like, I usually have the kids create a project and write out the math and upload the picture and do that for like Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2. But then when she started talking about doing this, she's been sending PDF packets, like printout packets home and having the kids do the work off of that. And she has a Surface Pro, but the kids have Chromebooks. So it's like this whole, like, how do we get those upper level kids, you know, the ability to do? And then the proctoring became a problem because some of the kids took the test on the day it was given and others rescheduled so they could find out what was on the test and get a higher score. So it was just kind of like this whole thing of like, I don't know what else to do. Like that, you know, when you're so limited in funds and access, what are there any innovative ideas out there? So just checking.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I will say about math, who, you know, I had a really hard time in math growing up and then got really good at it. I mean, exceptionally good at math in high school. And it had to do with the fact that I had to apply it. You know, so I didn't find that math was very interesting when I was learning equations. I found it really interesting when I was calculating rocket trajectories and high voltage, you know, things and figuring out what those are. Then the math became super simple because I just had to figure out how to solve it. You know, and I went from not really, I mean, getting A's, but not really understanding why I was getting A's, just figuring out how to do it, to reading lectures on physics by Feynman, you know, and which my dream job, I'm just going to put it out there, is I would love to just take 10 years off and just visualize that whole lecture. Like, you know, like just like when I read it, he's so visual that you just want to just visualize the whole thing. You know, I just wish someone would just pay me to do that. Just give me a team of 40 people and we'll just sit there for 10 years and just punch that stuff out. It would be very valuable for people if they just got to see it, because it's just really brings life. If you haven't seen lectures, Feynman's lectures on physics, I don't know, it's 60, 70 years old now. I mean, it's not current. I mean, it's current in the sense that it's the basics are the same, but mostly the same, but it's stunning. Michael. And then John, and then Roscoe.
It is not interactive per se, but if you're looking for really well done examples of math videos and tutorials, 3 blue, 1 brown, the number 3 and the number 1. He was at Khan Academy for a while, but he has this whole custom Python library and setup that he built for animating everything from really core math concepts, just like the theory of adding things, to advanced calculus.
Can you repeat that?
3 blue, 1 brown. And I'll drop a link to his channel in chat, but they are fantastic YouTube videos. And if you have more time, this summer he did a lecture series, or starting the spring, I guess, of kind of what you would think of maybe as like a traditional sort of math class, but he went through some animation, some document style, drawing out his work, kind of stuff. And they're just really good. And they cover all levels so far of high, even like elementary school, not so much elementary school, but maybe middle school at the low end, to advanced calculus concepts.
It looks really good. I just looked at the page, and it's impressive. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to look at that more. So the only thing I'd say, looking at it in just it looks really good. What I think the next step when we get past looking good is to be engaging, like really fast moving and really applied, and have people get that process. And I think that's it's watching more TikTok and then applying that to to what we're doing of fast engaging in your face. Go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, Emily, I was just trying
John,
to.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, John. Do you want to go?
I was just going to say, Emily, when you asked this question, I went to my faculty chat group, and there's an application called Matcha, MATHCHA.io. And it's an online math editor that's very powerful. So that should work on the Chromebook. The faculty member wasn't doing it on a Chromebook, but it was a free and easy online math editor. He also said that there are 10 types of people in the world, those who understand binary and those who don't.
Go ahead, Colin.
Good man. John was always high in my estimation, but he just went up another 10 points.
That's not that very, means a lot. That means
another 2 points, one or the other. Anyway, along those same lines, is more of a presentation tool. One of the first apps that I came across when I got my first iPad was called My Script Calculator, that allows you to draw script and it'll do advanced calculus and give you results on the fly. It's very nice.
That's great. Roscoe?
It would be good for like a document camera overhead kind of presentation.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Emily just a little clarification, because the whole idea of writing stuff down and then taking a picture, what is it that you're looking for that model doesn't work, where the student is writing on paper, you're taking a picture of it, that's getting submitted, and if there's a time frame in which they have to do that, there should be no copying or such going on. So my daughter's a 7th grade math teacher, so I'm really interested.
Yeah, so the math teacher, because I'm trying to look at the notes and see exactly what she wrote down, but she was running into issues with that. Her lessons were on Smart Notebook. She's been doing this for years and years and years and doesn't use any textbook. Everything she creates herself. So she couldn't find a math editor that allowed the kids to work on the PDF, because Kami is what the district subscribes to, and that does okay. But like the math editor doesn't have enough symbols in it for upper level math. The math editor extension for Chromebook is blocked because the district, there's issues with third party, and New York has this new law. And then on top of that, there was the assessment piece, which was the test comes from the university. She has input on the test, but she doesn't have multiple versions of the test. So when the kids took it, the few kids took it the first time, the quote unquote smarter kids faked not being able to get online so that they had access to the students who took it so that they could then do better, because they're very competitive with the GPA, and some kids don't care, and they took the test and they're like, yeah, I'll give you the information, I don't really care. So she was looking for a way to lock it into a system, and they have the Chromebook lockdown in Google Forms, but it doesn't work from home. Like it's, kids can open up a phone or open up whatever. So she made them log into a Gmeet meeting, and she would watch them. But even then you can only see the square. So if they have another device lower, you don't know. And so it just became this whole, like, how do you keep the integrity of the test? And I was like, why don't you push it the other way and make it performance based? And she was like, well, I'd love to do that, but I have this test that I have to give. And then there's the AP test, which is timed and you have to do it during a certain window. So it's just a lot of jumping.
A proctoring app you need on Google Chrome. The
Yeah.
proctoring part is the critical. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
the
this
math
gets back.
editor and the proctoring.
Yeah. And this isn't a solution for today, but this gets back into, now that we have all these tools online and that these tools are going to get a lot better, I think that what we really need to do is think more about constant measurement rather than these periodic things that matter a lot, because that solves a lot of it. When you're doing lots of little things and students are showing their success or not success in small amounts, it gives you a much better view and a much more real-time view. Emily, and then Michael.
Yeah, I have this really cool thing on, and I'm going to say it wrong, but like Fibonacci's, the spiral thing. I'm terrible with pronunciation when I'm not looking.
Fibonacci numbers.
Fibonacci.
Thank you, Fibonacci numbers. So I have this really great Google slide deck where the kids show their understanding of that by taking picture of something in nature and then, explaining how it works and all this stuff. And it like that, I think, is a much more in-depth understanding of what the kids understand. But at the same time, there are certain things that are out of our control where there has to be the finalized test. And I do think we'll move that way towards this more performative. And I think that's one of the good things about COVID and remote learning and hybrid is that it's forcing people to think of performative ways to show understanding and different ways to show understanding instead of, hey, I filled out the test and I got all the answers right.
I mean, when you think about like when you kids play games and they understand games really well, and a lot of times they can get a top-down view of what they've already succeeded at, all the rooms they've taken and all the levels that they've done and everything else. If they had that with that math, they would just figure it all, like it's just like, how do you level up? How do you level up? How do you achieve this? How do you do it? And then they're asking, like, the big thing is online, what are they doing? They're talking about how to do it. Like, how do we, so then they're just, it's a more of a goal-driven process of them figuring out how to make that work. Go ahead, Michael. Now, they don't necessarily learn the key concepts. We have to figure that out, but them getting through that, I think, is a piece of it. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, exams are, well, this is a family show, so I'm not going to use the actual words to describe how remote exams and assessing integrity actually works there. But what I will say is, I think you're quite right, Emily, that as much as we want to get away from things like proctoring right now, there are scenarios where there's either a time delay or we just can't convince the other people to do away with it. The thing that like I'm struggling with at Berkeley is the students are so concerned about their peers doing the things that they all claim that they won't do. Of course, like if no one was watching them, they would probably, act the same way as their peers. But so, within proctoring, two things that I'd say is there are a ton of online proctoring companies. So ProctorU, Examity, Proctorio, some of these work better on Chromebooks, but we've had some decent success piloting over the summer, just having students join their own Zoom meetings where they just submit recordings. And, these can be reviewed later, which is a bit challenging. And there's definitely privacy concerns and you have to account for, where students are and make sure that you have allowances for that. But for a lot of students, just the awareness that someone could audit their work and their process goes a long way to reducing, the largest concerns. It's not everything, there's always ways to cheat on an exam, whether it's in a room or online. So, not necessarily trying to shoot for perfection, but if you want, I can share some Zoom protocols for doing proctoring.
That's great. Colin?
I'm not sure how fully formed this thought is, but it occurs to me that we could just scale back and say, here's the PDF of your exam, complete it showing your work, as is the usual thing, show your work, especially in advanced math, showing your work on the PDF with your tablet, and then digitally sign it with a timestamp. Is there a reason that strategy would not work? I haven't fully worked through all the permutations there.
Go ahead, Michael.
It depends on what your security is. There's two reasons that are somewhat challenging. Sometimes the distribution of this PDF at a synchronous time turns out to be more challenging depending on the systems that you use. I worked with some students who decided that they would actually send out encrypted PDFs, and then the token to decrypt the PDF is the thing that would be released at the start of the exam time. It's not easy enough to like share this with everyone. It does mostly work. The two things that you do have to be careful of, anything that is beneficial for students to print turns out to be a challenge because decreasing numbers of people have printers. If students are at home, they're probably more likely than students going away to college. The other thing is if you are concerned about what students would do online or with their peers during the exam, that's where something like video or screen monitoring would come into the equation. Ethical concerns again there of how you use that, but most instructors that I've talked to have felt like if you're giving a traditional exam that assumes that they don't have access to these resources, you would either need to adapt the exam or add proctoring to account for the infinite resources of the internet, which you probably should adapt the exam, but.
Right. I asked my daughter, I think I tweeted this out, but I asked my daughter a couple weeks ago to go get a ream of printer paper. And she's looked at me and she goes, I don't know what that is. And I was just like, oh my gosh, like it's a whole different generation. My A Mitchells asks, based on many of the discussions showing up now, it seems that more and more virtual and hybrid classrooms are requiring more staff per student rather than less. How can this be approached better, both operationally and to the administration, when using students as helpers isn't really the option? I guess I'll say my opinion of it is you have to increase the class size, because the relationship, there is a base thing that you need people to support to do this well. And it's more than the physical classroom required. But it doesn't, the number of people is not proportional to the number of students. So if you have, let's say we need 3 people or 4 people, if the classroom could be 3 or 4 or 5 times bigger, and then you have, or twice as big or 3 times as big, it doesn't keep growing. The number of people doesn't keep growing with the number of students at a proportional rate. And so what will happen in the future, I'm just going to say, is these classes are going to get much bigger, and there's going to be, and either the public schools district will figure out how to do this, or the private school system will figure out how to do this. But I can promise you, whether you like it or not, like VHS or whatever, what's coming is larger class sizes for many things, and then 1-to-1 on lots of other things, and little classrooms for people who need it, and lots of customization. But the bulk of it is what's going to happen is these technologies are going to get better. It's where we were always going, but it's going to be a point, I don't know what that number is, but it's probably somewhere in the low thousands for those things, because you can then apply, what'll happen is you can apply way more resources to that central thing, to exactly your point. I can make it look better. I can make it sound better. I can put way more money into it if there's a multiplier. Again, as I said before, the reason we spend so much money on actors is because they can reach millions of people. When they were on stage 150 years ago, they were barely paid anything. It was kind of like the loss of a lifetime. Like they're not going to do it. They're not going to make any money. They're going to live in shambles, but they're going to act. Now they make millions, and it's because of that multiplier. And so, if teachers want to get paid more, that's one it's really hard to increase really hard to increase 3.8 million teachers. Very small changes in that are big numbers on the other side. Whereas if you are able to multiply one great teacher reaching more students, that teacher could be paid a lot more to do that. Go ahead, Emily, and then Bruce.
He added extra part to the question, which said that like some of the schools are requiring authorized staff to be present in order to use breakout rooms. And in one of my districts, they haven't required it, but they're highly pushing it. And what they're doing for that is they're repurposing teaching assistants who normally work with students in the classroom and people who don't have active jobs in school but haven't been laid off, because if we go back in the buildings, they'll have active jobs. And those people have been being utilized as, like, if you're planning to do a breakout, you can request 5 TAs to have one in each breakout room while you do the breakout. Because there is a concern about, especially K-12, kids being left unmonitored in a breakout room, what they may get up to or talk about, or whatever it might be. And it is a concern. I get it, but like usually I just trust the kids personally. But I work high school.
Right. Bruce, and then Colin, and then Chris.
There was part of that question again that talked about the being not able to use the students enough. And I understand it when you're talking about really young kids, but as ages get older, why not redesign the classes so that the students in the classes do those helpful and monitoring activities? Seems to me what we have to start doing is thinking more broadly about the whole education process. And it's so much emphasis here is on monitoring potentially bad behavior, that we're not allowing some of the things that you, Alex, have talked about, the way the students, when they get excited, can in fact make the entire experience better. So I think we have to allow for that.
One of my little experiments that I do on the beach. I don't go into the water. I still have all my limbs, but I had a very close call with a shark a long time ago, and I actually can't bring myself to get past the water, the waves anymore. But I make sandcastles. But I don't just make sandcastles. I come with a whole bunch of stuff. So spackling tools turn out to be really good at making sandcastles. So spackling tools and skewers, because you can knock through stuff in there, and then some big buckets that you can just pour a bunch of water on it. Now I don't make a little sandcastle. I make a big sandcastle, 10 feet per wall. And usually I have a design. So I come in with like Henry VIII and I'll draw it out and I'll figure out where all it has to go. And I'll pour all the sand and I'll lay it all out. And then I get it all watered and then I start carving it. But what happens is if you have a whole bunch of extra tools and you build something that's just totally outrageous, you'll see a little kid walk over and he'll just be staring at you. And you just look over and you go, you want to work on this? And he's like, yeah. You know, and then you got one kid, and then you have 3 kids, and then you have 5 kids. Guaranteed every time I do it, I've got 10 or 15 kids and we're all doing this construction. And it doesn't, you know, my piece of the wall is a piece of art. You know, like I really spend a lot of time on it. Then the rest of it is kind of close to that. And it's, but it's the engagement of that, you know, engagement of it. It's just fun to do. I think that I scare the parents because I don't know any of these kids. I'm just like making a sandcastle, you know, but the point is that I love using students to do the work. You know, like I love having people be part of it, not just a receiver of that process. Just get them involved in the middle of it. That's what we're doing here, right? We're all involved in it. As many people that want to be involved are involved in the conversation. It's not a one-to-many thing. Michael and then Colin.
Yeah, if you have them, it would be awesome to see pictures of your sandcastles.
I should. I should. I'll try to. I haven't taken pictures. I'm on the beach and I don't have any. Yeah, I don't take any pictures.
But more generally, this is one of those questions where I think on office hours sometimes, you know, if we taking the question as given, there's not a lot you can do with the constraints provided. And you know, so I think part of the answer is if you're going to have all those constraints, you can't necessarily do much. But, you know, what I think we're all learning to is, you know, loosening those constraints and letting go a little bit, you know, especially with letting students take over control and giving them responsibility. It's scary at first, but it does tend to work out pretty well. And to Emily's point, you know, if there are things that we can take away from this whole experience, you know, learning where we can, you know, loosen some of our preconceptions is perhaps one of the bigger advantages.
Yeah. As Colin likes to say, engage agile development.
Yeah, there you go. So since we're disagreeing with Alex at the moment, let's go back to his initial thoughts on this. You were describing large class sizes as being a superior solution.
I didn't say that.
Hang on.
No,
I think you're conflating asynchronous learning with synchronous learning. I agree that yes, the material should be available so that a large number of students can access it, thereby a large class size. But the synchronous learning experience, that is the live teacher-student interaction, has to be a small group interaction. And to Bruce's point, this is very much a Montessori approach. You need to build lifetime learners that are engaged and independent. And that requirement has become much more front and center now that you can't actively monitor students. You have to rely on them to monitor themselves to a much greater degree. That's why you're going to see those active learners excel, whereas the passive learners are going to fall much further behind than they already have when they were in a classroom under constant supervision. There was another point I was going to make, but we'll leave it at that.
I'm not saying whether it's superior or not superior. What I'm saying is that it is more efficient. And what will happen is like a, you know, it's a invasive species. You know, what's happening is it's being given a huge amount of fuel with all the tools that are being built right now. And so the natural outcome is going to be, you know, a set of training, and it'll probably not start in K through 12, but a set of training where people get really good at using both asynchronous, flipping the classroom, using asynchronous, using larger discussion groups, having customized small groups for, you know, for given sessions, but getting through a bulk of the material and, you know, using big data to figure out where people are and more gaming theory and so on and so forth. And the thing is that's going to scale a lot more, which means that there's going to be more margin to work with. And, you know, it's just not something you'll be able to, it's not like, I'm not going to argue whether it's a better or not. I'm just telling you that it wasn't going to happen until this shock. You know, it was going to slowly progress, but with this shock, there's a huge amount. It's like flushing the system with all of the nutrients that are required for this to come out the other end. And what's going to come out the other end is a highly efficient system that will do better on tests, you know, and be more flexible and scale faster and be able to pay the teachers more money. because the teachers that go into that system will get paid 2 or 3 times as much money because, and possibly 10 times as much money because they're being scaled across large numbers and so what's going to happen is it'll suck all the good teachers out of the system into this something new, whether that's a public system or a private system. But the thing is that it's an invasive species that has just been given all the fuel it needs.
Right,
So
well,
I'm
I
not
wasn't
saying, I'm
arguing
not going to
whether
argue about whether it's better or not. I'm just saying that it's coming. Like
I wasn't arguing that it was
it's
better or not either. I was just saying it's two different things. You can't conflate the two learning styles. You're gonna there's a place for both.
right. No, there's a place for both, but I'm just saying it's going to be hard to compete with that. And it was not able to get out of the gate until until billions and billions and billions of dollars were spent on giving it the tools that it needed. Michael and then Emily.
Yeah, I mean the funny thing is, for as much as we have not had the kindest things to say about textbook authors, in a lot of ways, this is the new version of a textbook that teachers can use, and you can
Right.
have really well built curriculum, and you can use the advantages that we have, with online tools that we don't have in a classroom. To when a student gets a question wrong, we don't necessarily learn that much about why. We know something about that one student, we know something about the exam, but we know a heck of a lot more when we have 1,000 students get the question wrong in 300 different ways or something like that.
Or 1,000 students ask the question.
Yeah.
Because when they ask the question, that's something that wasn't covered well. If you flip the classroom, that's something that wasn't hit because they're all asking that question.
Yeah, but the thing that I think is really valuable is when you take something that is designed well online, and especially if you're thinking about hybrid or asynchronous approaches, is that you then enable the in-person small group elements of the course to be much more fun and much more interactive. And this is why like flipping the classroom is, when not done well, it's really just more lecture in some ways. But if you had someone else doing the work of doing the outside bits, and then you were the one in person leading that discussion, you can make it work without a ton of additional work. I mean, it's still a challenge, but that's long term where I see the advantage is really using the scale to bring these small group interactive pieces to a much more interesting place.
Well, and I think that what I would say is free enough resources to have those small interactions where it makes sense. But the big interactions where we're covering large things, having large, giant classes lets us get through a bunch of stuff for the average and upper end students. And then you have more resources to spend on the students that need more time in that given subject. Go ahead, Emily, and then Chris.
So, just on an interesting note, I've received 3 job offers in the last 2 weeks to become a teacher at like $90,000 with benefits for pods in Westchester County, New York, which is wealthy area. They're poaching teachers. They're literally coming for us and they want us to leave public education. But my thing is, if I leave, how am I going to get back when you decide to send your kids someplace else? But then the second point was that the question that A. Mitchell's was asking and like, what do you do when it's impossible and you can't use kids and you can't do this? And the administrative point, what do you do? If you don't have the ability to repurpose people in your building, so people who are drawing a salary who get to work with kids and you can't push them around and put them into different rooms to be monitors if that's required, then the parents need to advocate that these groups are important to education and they need to go to the school board and they need to say, you need to allow this to happen. Mm-hmm. You need to allow breakout rooms. You need to allow downtime. Like 3 hours of kids online is stupid. You need to have breaks constantly. I've been training all week, 10, 15 minutes of discussion, maybe 10, 15 minutes of an asynchronous, 10, 15 minutes away from the computer completely, next class, not 45 minutes of face-to-face, you need to be on camera class, because that kid leaves your class and goes into another 45-minute face-to-face class. And so it's exhausting and it's not good pedagogy and it's just a mess. So parents need to advocate, teachers need to advocate for what works best and what is good and what is in the best interest of the child above everything else.
Yep. Chris, and then we're going to move on. We got a couple questions building up here. So Chris, go ahead.
Now it's story time, folks. In the early 1970s, I taught celestial navigation and piloting in a Navy ROTC program. I inherited the curriculum and the final exams and so forth from the previous instructor. It was sort of the same all over the country. But, and the final exam was called a day's work in navigation. And each student had to navigate across the Atlantic Ocean from Rota, Spain to Norfolk, Virginia, and do all the position fixing that would be required if they were actually on that journey and they were the navigator. We gave them the kind of information that you would get if you took star sights and moon shots and sun lines and so forth, and electronic navigation inputs. In the early 70s, they weren't much. And in the old days, the way that exam was graded was that I, as the instructor, and my assistant would go through each set of materials and mark answers right or wrong, or within tolerance or outside tolerance. But I had a bright idea, it's probably out of agile development thinking, that why don't we have the students grade their own work? So the students turned in their answers on an answer sheet, and I turned over to them each time they gave me an answer sheet. I turned in the correct answers, the answer key. And I said, now your job is to go back over your work, all the charts and all the calculations that you did, and decide whether each of the answers that you provided is within tolerance, you know, plus or minus half a mile or whatever the variable was. And your job is to go through, and for each of the answers that's outside of tolerance, you have to figure out what the source of the error was. Was this something carried over from a previous calculation? So you did all the math right, but because you were starting with an incorrect input,
right,
it carried over and so forth. So how many miles off from Norfolk, Virginia would you have wound up? Would you have been shown up in Baltimore
right,
or shown up in Naples, Florida, if you had actually been doing this? And the students, while they weren't thrilled about all the extra work going back over their entire day's work in navigation, they learned a heck of a lot more about the effect of a small error early in a journey and how far off it could put you later in the journey. And I think that's a much more grounded way of using an exam as a learning experience rather than as a check on whether with a sharp stick on a desert island you could remember all the stuff you need to be a successful and safe navigator.
And I think that there's a huge advantage to having students only get through something that they do well. The problem is our current structure doesn't allow for that. That would be very difficult in the current structure to have that actually work. And I think there's ways around that, but we'll talk about that some other day.
And by the way, it would have been okay for students to help each other figure out the source of their error. So that wouldn't be cheating. That would be collaboration.
Yeah. That's great. Bruce Francis asks, with the new conditions for teaching today, how can teachers fairly and accurately assess student performance and progress? How can tech assist in the grading? So we kind of talked about this a little bit. Did you have anything to add, Bruce, based on what we had there?
Actually, I think we've covered that very, very efficiently and strongly. I wanted to add one little point to what Chris had said, and that was something akin to what you said, Alex. The system, particularly the one you're describing, Emily, would not seem to allow Chris to change the rules that way. Am I right about that, Chris? Or isn't it necessary that we change the rules? A lot of that's been discussed already, and I like that discussion. So my question pretty much has been dealt with.
I think that the hard part there is how do you scale it? You know, a lot of times there's things that I go, yeah, I could do that, but you know, like in production, I go, I can do that, but can everyone do that? And I'm not sure if that's possible. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think we talked about the system changing enough. What I will say is, and this is an intermediate piece because how you do the grading affects your results. But peer grading is an amazing thing that we have yet to really take advantage of. And really what we should probably be saying is peer feedback rather than peer grading, because the feedback is the useful piece. Certainly a number and a letter don't tell you much. And one of the things that you can do, particularly with scale and particularly with online, is build assignments where part of the assignment for students is learning how to assess their peers' work, which is itself a piece of, working through some of the material or something like that. But then also, you can, if you were to do this at a really large scale of hundreds or thousands of students, you have enough overlap in distribution that studies have shown you actually get very accurate feedback, and you can do some statistical modeling to correct for anything if you really need to. And so at a large scale, you can do that where you're not tied down to the automated approaches of single or multiple choice correct answers and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. John, and then Emily.
At the risk of being a shameless plug, e-portfolios are a way of documenting learning over time. And that's what's happening with our higher ed group, is rather than thinking of an individual's exam, students document their learning, give the students ownership of that. And it's much harder to cheat if you have to demonstrate your learning over time through documenting your learning through an electronic portfolio. And if you go to Amazon and type my name, you'll get a book called Documenting Learning.
No, it's great.
On any portfolios. So
that's great. We had, within the Pixel Corps, when we had teams, we had 27 teams at one point, and all doing different verticals. And the only thing was is they all had to do a half-an-hour presentation once a month about what they had done and what they had learned. And it was every Monday was graphics night, and it would be, I think it was 5 or 6, or 5 to 7 presentations every Monday. It was really interesting for the whole group because we would all learn from each other, because we would be learning what everybody else was learning. But you'd be surprised at how much ego gets involved where you have to present in front of a whole lot of people. You figure out how to be impressive, and so there was a lot of thought about how to distribute it and figure it out, because once someone did a really good presentation, it kind of pushed the whole bar forward, and it became hard not to do that. Emily?
One of the things that we've been doing and trying to get away from traditional grading in the classroom prior even to COVID happening is putting the design process into place in the classroom so that students are creating, getting that feedback from their peers, from the teacher, redesigning, redoing, submitting, getting the, all the feedback and making a better product. We get a lot of pushback, especially at the high school level, because GPAs and because it needs to have a grade to go on the transcript and things like that. So we've been fighting that. But that design process has gotten a little bit of traction in my, across the board when I'm integrating tech into a whole school. I present it as, tech is the tool. It's not that what they're learning. It isn't, you all need to be on Google Classroom. What it is that's a resource for you to use. Here's the design process, solve one of these problems. And I have a sheet of all these problems, and they do this process called Solve in Time, which is was created by another educator. And it has all these interesting questions to keep kids engaged and to solve a problem. And what was interesting is when I did that to a group of teachers who teach all different subject areas at all different levels, they all saw how they could integrate it into their classroom as a project. But then it became, well, how do we give them a final grade? And I was like, maybe you just make it a thing that just keeps going till the end of the year. Like maybe they just all start with an A, and based on that iteration and how far, they get through, it stays or drops based on how much they put into changing that iteration and showing that design process through a portfolio.
Our kids have definitely, in some of the classes they've been in, are allowed to just keep redoing it until they get it up to a grade, and it just requires them to go back and work on it. And I think that it is much more holistic.
I did that as an English teacher, and the amount of poison I got from other faculty members about what I was doing just blew my mind, because I'm like, do you want them to be better writers, or do you want them to be a C student?
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's more than just the process. A. Mitchell says, how can Zoom be set up automatically to push all attendees to a waiting room if the host loses connection rather than randomly auto-assigning host privileges to an attendee? It seems to be a big risk in educational setting when you don't have extra staff or can't hire trusted students. I think ours is set up that it just ends if the host drops, it just ends the meeting. Like it just, the meeting closes up. I don't think that the host, it doesn't randomly assign it.
Yeah, it'll fall to a co-host if you've assigned one, but it's not going to fall to a random attendee, I don't believe.
Yeah.
In a meeting, there's
meeting.
a thing that will do that. There might be an obscure setting in the web interface and not in the app that lets you control this.
Right.
But I have seen it happen that in a meeting, and if the host quits the app intentionally, they have to assign someone or end the meeting. It's purely in a special case where, Zoom doesn't have control to ask them for that functionality, that it will just pick someone. And it might just be the first person on the participants list, but I'm not 100% sure if that's always correct.
Yeah. All right, Roscoe, and then we'll probably move on.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to the idea of the one kid in the room who can run the film projector the teacher always depends on. If you can find that student every class and assign them a co-host. No, I'm serious. And, that gives you a break too. You can say, hey, Susie, Jack, take this over for a few minutes, and you can, mentally go back to.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in, as you've seen here, pushing things around, having different people ask questions, have different people do mic checks, have different people do the editing. It takes pressure off of me and allows me to be more present. And it also incorporates people that are able to take that and apply some trust to folks that, and we didn't even say goodbye to Mickey. I realized we were talking through it. Mickey was running out of speed. We didn't give him the big hands. Beju, you're running the show, right? Yeah, Beju took over. So, by the way, I just want to point out that we have a show that moved, the production moved from the Philippines to India seamlessly while we were in the production. It's kind of we should just think about that for a second. So it's kind of cool. Sky, go ahead, and then we'll move forward.
The wrong button. I'm curious about the almost superstar / athletic concept of Emily being recruited and these other teachers being recruited, and the personality being now what is the priority versus even possibly the education. And I think the overlay of the Tony Robbins concept of you get excited because of his excitement, but he's trying to get you excited about who you are. I'm just curious about the money, especially when Bruce says, well, we should do this. And the grassroots of this change versus the top down that we've wanted it to be from the past. And I think, Alex, you're giving the opportunity of the grassroots asking better questions.
Well,
sorry, I'm processing. I'll step away.
I think the innovation isn't going to come from the set systems because it's just hard. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just that there's a huge amount of infrastructure and weight to move any of those things. Where it happens is in, like when I work on really big events, I'm super conservative about everything, and I don't do a lot of things that I know are possible. Like I do things that, or I know that we probably should do. I experiment more in here with all of you than I experiment with in other arenas. And in the same way, we're talking about hundreds of millions of kids, or tens of millions of kids, and millions of teachers. You can't move that all overnight, And so, I think we'll see more innovation in professional training, in hobbyist training, in more of enterprise. You'll see more, and the smaller it is, the more innovation you'll have, and then that'll move more towards. I think that it'll be really interesting to see what happens with universities, because I don't know how many are going to be left by the end of this. And so, so it'll be interesting to see what happens from there. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, to Chris's point of custom shoe versus a manufactured shoe by the millions.
Right.
Cost.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I think the gift of office hours is one of the many gifts is helping educators think more radically, even while we still need to behave within the framework of the rules and the givens and the resources that we have today and tomorrow. So it's not about office hours as a subversive activity. It's about opening minds to possibilities that transcend
just thinking about it.
The rules in the box that we're stuck with today and tomorrow.
And probably for the next decade. Nothing's going to happen in this arena. We have to we want to fix something in the next 3 months, but it's going to take 1 to 2 decades before this, kind of moves. We just have, even with the great acceleration that we just saw, we need to be, we need to be impatient, but not impatient to the point where we're frustrated.
Yeah.
We just need to be like, okay, we have to work on it, but it's going to take 1 to 2 decades.
Maybe not. You wouldn't have said that, and you would have said 3 decades.
I would have said 2 decades before. Now I'm saying one. I'm shortening that possibility by a decade because of what happened. But it's
the inverse square rule.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Go ahead, Bruce.
There are some new and strange ideas that are coming up. And if I may, Emily, I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about that pod concept, not in the sense of pretty much the idea of them poaching, but I heard some things about it and I wondered, could you tell us a little bit about what that is? What is it that the parents are trying to do with the pod idea?
So the idea is because a lot of schools are flip-flopping, even in the last minute, based on all these series of rules that they put together for what happens in this situation with COVID. It's very disruptive. Like you could be in school and then the next day be at home again. And it's like, oh, well, we'll be out of school for 3 days while they deep clean the school if there's been a case, then we'll come back. But if this many number of kids were infected or contact traced or whatever, then we'll be out for 14 days and then we'll be back in the building. And so parents are like, no, I can't do that because I have a job and I have a life and I need to have some consistency for my kids. So what these startups are doing is they're putting together 4 to 8 kids from different families into a pod. The families agree to the pods being only those kids and that they agree to a certain level of terms. Like they're not going to travel out of state. They're not going to go, to mass parties without quarantining before coming back to the pod and things like that to keep the virus at bay. And then what they're looking for is teachers who have 5 years or more experience in education, and they want them to be the only teacher. So it would be just that teacher comes in and does a homeschool curriculum with these students. They're also looking for, I got one specifically as an educator for English because I have an English license in New York State for 712 to do 1 hour tutorings to these pods. So I would be booked throughout the day to be 1 hour with this group, 1 hour with this group, 1 hour with this group. And that one was like $50 an hour, which I make more at my job currently. But if I was high risk or my family was high risk or I had, some of our people are getting towards retirement and they've already vested. So they're already invested in their retirement system. This looks really good because they don't have to go back to the unknown or being put in a situation where you don't know that they're going to tell you everything you need to know with hundreds of kids in one building and staff and everything else. So these pods, these startups, like 3 different ones contacted me this week. And it was just, an email. Are you interested? We'd like to talk to you. And I think it was just the idea of there's enough people that are really contemplating, what do I do going forward if I don't feel safe going back into my building, if I don't trust that my state is going to do in my best interest. In New York, the teachers union is organizing right now to make the state put out an executive order that says masks are mandated for school because parents are already pushing back with, well, I'm going to instruct my kid not to wear a mask unless, they absolutely have to, when they're on the bus. But in the classroom, if they're distanced, they can take their mask off. And they're not going to answer health questions when asked by the school nurse because that's none of their business. And because I don't want my kid getting quarantined for no good reason. And it's like, look, we're doing these things to keep ourselves safe and everyone else safe. Can you just jump on? But because it's so politicized and so, people are like, oh, violating my personal rights, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, no, I have, 3 teachers who recovered from breast cancer last year in this building and their immune system's lower and they don't have the option of retiring early or going somewhere else. Those are the teachers that are going to take those jobs. And then we're going to have a shortage in the school district that we already have. We don't have subs this year.
And this is, and I'm going to argue this is the chain reaction that I'm talking about, is that you're just going to see this push and pull. And it depends how quickly this all happens will depend on how long COVID lasts. If it lasts the fall, the seeds will all be there. now and paid for, if it lasts all of next year, it will happen very fast. Like what I'm talking about, by, business, these small startups will become big startups, and it's, and they will expand very quickly, because if they get to a point where they are scaling, where the scale of the students starts to outstrip the number of teachers that they need, if they get that working, they can just move way faster than you can't move the system. And so what you're seeing is Emily's outlining exactly the kind of stuff that I'm talking to, which is, things are happening. People are spending money on this. They see, investors see an opportunity and they're spending into it. Go ahead, Sky.
Emily, I happen to have a teacher that I know that could use that job, so I'll reach out to you. And because as a substitute, she's not getting a lot of calls, my wife. And question 2 is, do you have to be certified in that state to?
Yep.
Okay, stepping away.
Yep. Next question is from Margot. It said, I am training preschool teachers. Hi, Margot, by the way. It's good to see you here. I am training preschool teachers up to 100. Recommendations for video to talk activities ratio for presentations. Go ahead, Emily.
For adults, I try to put in a break/activity every 20 to 30 minutes max. Like if I have to talk a lot because I have to cover a lot or demonstrate a lot, I make sure those are already built in. But if you're talking about the actual preschoolers, double their age. So if they're 6, 12 minutes is the longest amount of time that they're going to listen to you, even if they're engaged. And you should have some sort of movement activity for at least 5 minutes after that 12-minute max of talking at the kids. So like story time, they'll sit through a story. They're totally engaged in the story, but then you need to follow that up with physical activity going out after that so that the kids are up and moving and then get re-engaged.
That's great. Just like Tony Robbins. He gets them all dancing, bouncing around. Margot also asks, virtual lesson plans are not working well when designed like when preschools were in the classroom. Any tips on how to talk? Any tips to talk to these administrators? So the virtual lesson plans aren't working. More of the same, what you're talking about, Emily, as far as figuring that out.
Yeah, I think honestly, showing them how it's failing. So, taking that virtual lesson plan, record that Zoom, that Gmeet, whatever, and then just showing them how disengaged or how it falls on its face or whatever lets them see for themselves, or invite them in to the actual class to watch it go down, because then they'll see how much you have to pivot to keep control and on the fly kind of stuff that you have to do to those virtual lessons. But that's all I got on that.
We see a lot of this where administrators of any organization that's doing these Zooms aren't in the Zooms, but are making decisions about the way the Zoom should work. Oh, we don't need that many people, or we don't need this, or we don't need that. And this is something you should just be able to do this. And it is so important for them to be in it and to see it, and to see what's actually, going on, because again, as we say over and over again, the map is not the territory. Great. Kent Kersey asks, I have 40 students in a philosophy class doing over Zoom. What are your thoughts about structuring it like office hours? Rotate 1/3 of the students to be panelists and the rest of them to be attendees with chat. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, with less than 50, I think that it's probably worth trying just having a meeting.
Yep.
I've done meetings with 300 students, and I think it actually works pretty well. And since I believe you're a university students, just tell them that like we're gonna try something which is like mics on and videos on, and just tell them that we're gonna try this, and if it doesn't work, we can switch back or something like that. But I think just letting people sort of learn what the flow is themselves, and they'll pick it up pretty quickly.
Go ahead, Kent.
Yeah, one of the things is with my computer, I only have I have it set where I can only see 25. I don't have a good enough processor to see all 49. So I'm just kind of jumping back and forth. And so I mean, I've done a week so far, and I think it's gone okay. But the idea of having them engaged with question and answers, kind of like what's happening here. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't personally think you need to see everyone. Like they will still see their peers. And so, some of them may also have computers where they can see all 50. So a few might get the benefit there. But in our own classes, what I found as well is students who are, off video most of the time might then turn it on when they ask a question. So if you're able to also use, active speaker view, or even if someone's on the second page, Zoom should be pretty good about bumping their video up to where you could see the highlight. And yeah, when I'm, presenting something or going back and forth, I can't see everyone anyway. So, but the other students can.
And you can also do, if you have access to webinar, you can do right now, and you could do webinar, and then you can use the Q&A. I think that it's important to be able to have conversations, especially in philosophy. I was a philosophy, for the part of the time I was in college, I was a philosophy major, Eastern philosophy major. And philosophy specifically, I think that the discussion is super important. So, because you're really talking through things and figuring them out on the fly. What philosophy are you teaching?
It's actually a worldview, so it's kind of a very basic. It's got a little history of philosophy, just kind of personal, everything mixed together. Yeah.
I think my favorite philosophy class was death. We literally did. We took a philosophy class that was how every culture looks at death, and I found it to be very. Cool. Anyway, go ahead, Bruce.
I think that philosophy is a particularly good kind of subject to do the office hours thing, because you can create all kinds of arguments back and forth, different points of view, different panels taking different positions. So I think you've got, I don't know the techniques of it and all the technology of it so much, but as a subject matter, it's one of the best ones, it seems to me, for the kind of office hours things that we do.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I would just add, if you do have a lot of discussion, you probably know this, but for anyone else, the hand raising feature in Zoom works really well. And the participants list is ordered in the order that students raise their hands. So if you are trying to moderate a discussion and you get a little bit too much crosstalk, that's a really good way to help sort of manage things if you don't also have additional help.
And I will say that the one thing to take away from this is the structure that we've created, where people are raising their hand and they're doing, there's kind of a structure to it, rather than all the mics. So, I think a lot of these things can get sorted, with a little bit of work. And I will say that we're also in a position where we used to spend a lot of money on books. We can't require it, but suggesting things like a pile mic or something like that to just kind of clean up the audio makes the conversation better for everyone, and in that structure for the places where that can be afforded. A. Mitchell says, Michael Ball, can you explain your green screen process for teachers who need to integrate presentations into their backgrounds to highlight and teach media better? Thanks. Oh, we can't hear you though.
Oh, whoops. So I'm not actually going to recommend that people do my green screen necessarily, because I have an ATEM switcher. And so this is actually my phone with the Live to Air app. And what I'm showing right now is multi-view, but really in my room, I have a fairly simple LED panel with a diffusion umbrella and a light on top. And that has worked well enough for me with just fiddling the settings. And I can just swap back to my regular view in Zoom. But if you want to, you can accomplish pretty much the same effect now in Zoom with the recent app and a new enough computer. Or using something like OBS. But for me, the ATEM is easy. ATEM minis are what everyone else is using, and they're great. And the green screen here is actually a little bit better than the one in mine. But once I have it set up, it's just ready to go every morning.
That's great. Tony asks, question for Emily, how is her district handling special education students with special needs?
So we're not back in school yet, so this all is still in the air. But the BOCES that I work for is a cooperative for multiple districts to combine resources. They have a special education building, and that's for high-level special ed students that have higher needs, and they're going to be in the building and socially distanced, smaller classes, and they're just dealing with as much in face-to-face because of physical or one-to-one help that's required. And the state of New York requires you to meet those needs. And then the kids who have lower needs that are mostly in general ed classes, it depends on the district. So some of the districts are assigning their paras or one-to-ones to be with them throughout their entire day, helping them do different things, providing different resources. Teachers are still required to provide like read aloud. So some of our technologies support the read aloud processes. Like Microsoft has incredible tools. So if they're a Microsoft district, the learning tools are really helpful for both special ed and EL students, English language learners. But then other districts, it's like hit or miss about how they're meeting that. And right now, until a parent sues the district, which is very feasible and will happen, they're just kind of doing the bare minimum of getting the work to those kids.
Chris brought up, here's a helpful piece addressed to students of school children on how to be helpful to teachers these days. Chris, can you give us a little overview of what you were looking at there?
Sure.
What are the highlights?
Yeah, the short version of it is that there are 7 suggestions. Be patient. Oh, so patient. 2, read everything that is sent to you by the school, even though sometimes it can be long email messages. You really need to stay up with it because, as others have said, things change by the hour practically. 3rd, let your child's teacher know when something isn't working. So the sooner you can let the teacher know, the sooner they can make adjustments if possible. And 4th is, and let teachers know when something is working. Teachers need that feedback, and they don't necessarily have it in the same way that they used to in face-to-face teaching. 5th, parents practice mask wearing and other COVID-19 safety precautions at home before your children might be brought back into an interactive environment. Practice it, and they'll be better at doing it when it counts in school. 6th, thank you goes a long, long way. Teachers really appreciate a thank you, especially in these times when they're feeling at a distance. And finally, 7, get into the team mindset. Teachers don't want you parents to be trying to do their job. Teachers accept that they are still the teacher, but you can be a member of that team that helps your children collaborate with the teachers and get more out of these changed circumstances. So that's the very short summary of what how we as parents or grandparents can be helpful to making a system that's being invented as we go work a little bit better than it would if we just said, oh, well, they've got some crazy scheme and, good luck with that. That's not helping your children. It's not helping your children's teachers.
Emily?
I'm going to add 8. Please don't undermine the teacher on a live Zoom meeting. This thing came up on Twitter the other day, and it was terrible because I got the point. So the kids in middle school wanted a snack. Mom brought the kid a snack. The teacher asked the kid to put the snack away because it wasn't snack time, a scheduled break. And the mom yelled from the other room, "Hey, lady, he's at home. He can do what he wants. I'm his mom. You're his teacher." To the entire class. So then it became this whole thing on Twitter of, was the parent right? Is the teacher right? What's the thing? Da, da, da. And I was like, this could all be solved with just turn your camera off if you're going to go take a snack. But like, my husband was like, well, what was the big deal? And I said, well, the other thing too is like, not only did it undermine the teacher, but you're also working in public education where 3 of those kids might be in food insecure homes. And to have you snacking away on a big old, whatever sandwich or grapes even is different for those kids that are hungry and they're watching you eat and they don't have some grapes or a snack bar or whatever else to eat. So just that needs to be added to that list of please don't, if you have a problem with it, call the teacher or email them.
I think something we miss a lot is teaching kids to be appropriate. Like that is part of school, is to be like a useful part of a community. I won't eat when I'm on a phone call. I'll drink tea because I'm talking all day and I do it to keep my vocal cords warm. But outside of that, tea and coffee or water, I won't drink anything else. I won't eat anything while I'm in front of anyone. And if I'm on a phone call, I don't even want to hear that sound that would come out if there was something in my mouth. It's just like a completely and I think that's a good skill for kids to have, to learn that that's not appropriate, in a meeting, unless the meeting is a lunch, quote unquote. Like if you're having a lunch or a snack break or a dinner together virtually, it makes sense. But otherwise, and this is just a professional thing for everyone watching, otherwise don't do that. People won't say anything, but they will be appalled. Like in many places, in many cultures, they'll just be like, so anyway, they won't say it, they won't do it, but they'll make decisions about you. Margot asks, Emily is right on about the Saturday possible. Fridays I'm holding office hours for the teachers based on Alex's model. Well, thank you, Margot. And if we keep one, we'll keep Saturday. The reason I wanted Friday was so that I could it was easier to bring in guests, which we're working on right now. Some possibly really good guests. So we're working on bringing guests in, and Friday made more sense for guests and Saturday made more sense for teachers. And that's why it's kind of crossing over. So I think that there's a chance that we may go down to 1 hour on Saturday and 1 hour on Friday, mostly to keep it open. But even here, we probably could have gone for another 2 or 3 hours with the number of questions. I had to close them off because I have to go to work at noon. So but thank you. A. Mitchell said, Alex, Lindsay, perhaps now that educators are going back to work full-time, education Fridays, extra hour added to Saturday focused hours. Friday should be pushed to just we'll see. I'm probably going to keep it on Fridays right now. We'll see what happens with those pieces there. Peter Collins says, can Michael comment on how 3 blue, 1 brown adjusted to the lockdown by moving from short, well-produced math videos to longer, more classroom-like lockdown math? The latter felt effective for online math. Math class to me.
Yeah. So I guess just for some context, most of his videos are computer animation style. Here's a graph and and they're generated by a program that he wrote, which is, if you're into programming, a really cool tool that, animates maybe some points along a graph or a number field or any of, possible things that you could want to animate in math. And in the spring, he started doing, what you would think of as more traditional lecture, sitting, face or camera on, facing the camera, doing document camera style notes. I think that, and studies have shown this as well, that seeing the presenter is a way of building connection, and so I really like the videos from there. But to Alex's point, they're often an hour long or more, and I haven't really found a good time to spend an hour just watching video, at least in like the past 6 months, which says something else. So I haven't watched as many of them as I would his normal 10 to 15 minute videos. So I think that that's really the consideration there. But when I jump through them, I mean, he is exceptionally clear in his instruction and thinks through them. He also did some cool things where if you watched live, they had a very interactive quiz component, and he built some custom tools for that. And so I wasn't able to do that. But I do think that, some of this stuff makes a lot more sense where it was an hour long, but if you're paying attention live, you had time to work through the problems with him and answer some of those questions and actually participate in the learning. Which I think would have been a more fun experience.
Yeah, I do think that there's an interaction between, I think MOOCs are, when I talk about scale, I think MOOCs are largely a failure. So, and I believe that one of the reasons they're a failure is they don't incorporate the live part, or most of them don't, in any kind of effective way. And I think that creates an immediacy in that conversation that just doesn't, the asynchronous nature. It's one of the things that I have trouble with, even Masterclass, which I think is a really well-produced set of classes, but without, like, if I could, I'd pay real money to have those folks show up somewhere, even really good teachers assistants to talk about it. Even like if we had Thomas Keller and then we had his assistant is still 100 times better than I am to answer some of the questions that I have about whatever he was talking about would be enough. But having live interaction is one of the things that we're learning here. And the reason I talk about cooking is that one of the things we're learning here is we're getting really good at cooking. And I think that there's going to be a really interesting thing for restaurants because we're getting to what we think is restaurant quality food across many different meals, and our interest in going out is dropping dramatically, but I'm always surprised that like Amazon hasn't created, I'll get back to why this is education, but Amazon hasn't created something where on my Alexa, I could order I can become part of an event where Whole Foods delivers all the components that I need to do that. And then there's a live stream for me to learn how to cook it with Thomas Keller or with somebody else. I feel like that's a missing business model. I had thought about doing it, but once they bought Whole Foods, I was like, well, they'll figure it out soon. And they just haven't, it hasn't come up yet. Emily?
That's funny. My husband did a fundraiser virtually and did that. We had the local organization send food kits to all the families that participated in the fundraiser. And then a local celebrity chef came on and taught them how to make a meal. And it went over really well. I mean, we raised a good amount of money from a small amount of people.
We did a virtual wine tasting where we sent, I don't know how many, I think they sent 50 to 100, somewhere in that range, to special people, people that were part of this build. And they sent the cheeses, and then they sent the wine, and they sent the glass that you're supposed to use for it, and all this stuff. And then they had a sommelier sit there, and and everyone had it together. And that was 5 years ago or 6 years ago, and I was like, this is the future. And then we never did it again. But I think that there's this interactive, another thing that again was used an earlier question system that I worked on, physics stuff for kids. They'd send physics kits to all the kids, and then they'd all do them together over Hangouts and have discussion and answer questions and everything else. And I just feel like when we talk about how to engage students, there's this interactive of, I'm going to send you all the components you need. I'm going to give you a live experience to do it with. And then we're going to have that conversation. Even if it comes out as a failure, you're going to learn a lot because you're in it. Like you're in that process. Go ahead, Sky.
At 11:08 a.m. on August, Alex changed my life again because of the 4 podcasts that I produce, 3 of them are food based. One of them, and Mad in the Kitchen, Tea at 3 with Graham Kerr.
Right.
It's like, you just changed my world, and maybe help my retirement.
I don't even know how. Oh, you're going to go start sending people.
No, because the relationships because I've got people that know how to cook on podcast, and rather than being yes. So
the thing is that you can make money on the cook.
Is right here. PCC
it can be a free
right
stream.
Here.
It can be a free stream, and you just make money on the affiliate link. There's one place where affiliate link would be
right
good.
here.
Yeah, exactly.
Columbia Winery right here.
There you go. Okay, well, I expect to hear the stories of success. All right, I'll be expecting a check, later. I'm just saying.
I think I'm already putting Guy Cochran's kids in college, so I got no money left, brother.
Okay, understood. Margot also asks or says what we were asking parents to be as a substitute teacher effectively with their pre-K children and monitoring all the stuff schools are asking them to support. Parent engagement in a virtual teaching world seems to be what must happen, new for many teachers. How does that ring for the teachers? And I think this is hard. I mean, I know that it's hard for us. I mean, we're 2 parents that are working, and I'm fortunate that my wife's job isn't as hectic as mine. And so she's able to spend most of the time that's necessary to make sure that they're in the class and make sure that they're supported and make sure things are working. And I think that's, but I don't know how to, I think that for parents, this is all extremely difficult right now. Go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, my wife taught in private school for quite a while, and just because there's a fee being paid by the parents, I mean, they could have gone to public school, but they chose a private school, and those parents were not more involved necessarily, just because they could pay, and mostly because they were both working jobs.
Yeah, it's hard, and again, I've said this before. I think one of the biggest things that I worry about is also kids being left unattended on the internet is a horrible idea. Like I'm just, I don't, we have it, my router set pretty tightly. So things open for school and close, and because I kind of see the internet as kind of this vile thing that you have to use to get done what you need to get done. So Kate Gallagher said, I'm looking for student or citizen science projects for K through 5 that students can participate in from home, and ideas on how students can assemble and display their data separate from their submissions to the citizen websites, citizen science websites. Go ahead, Emily.
I don't know. I know of Citizen Science. I know it's a government program, but I do on Google and on a smartphone or an iPad, you can download the Science Journal app, Google Science Journal, and it has built-in tools like accelerometers and light senses and sound sensors that use the phone's capability or the tablet's capability, and it'll record, and then you can take snapshots of those grades or the grades, those like speeds or graphs is the word I was looking for. And you can export them out into other places and use them. That one's a really good tool for science projects, but I don't know enough about those actual projects, the citizen science. The other thing I was thinking of was an app called Seek, and you can, it's from iNaturalist, and you can put it on your phone and you take a picture of a plant or an animal or anything outside in nature, and it will tell you if it's native. It'll take you to the wiki page, and it will plot it on a map for where you're located. And so it's a like crowdsourced tracking of insects, animals, plants, etc. And I tell kids it's like Pokemon Go, but in the real world, so that they go around and collect as many insects and leaves and plants and stuff. And that has a lot of interesting information. I don't know if it'd be helpful to that specific project, but those are two that I'd recommend.
Michael?
Yeah, in terms of data collection, it depends on what you need to do and how structured the projects are. But Google Forms, if you were to build some ones for the students, where they could either upload, and now you can upload files to a form, but just selecting just some of that interface, and that all works well on phones. And then the nice thing about Google Forms is that it will automatically give you some of the statistics and breakdowns of what was entered into that form. So you could be pretty clever of doing one for the whole class as a project, or one per group or something like that. You'd probably want to spend some time thinking through the options in the form so that they're useful to the student projects. But a well-built form is pretty easy for students to use.
That's great. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Emily. No. Okay. Well, we've reached it out. One thing that I do at the end of these that I don't do any other time is give educators the ability to go ahead and jump into Discord, because usually get to the end of this and people are like, where's the Discord link? And so we're going to post it twice. So during the education ones, we do that. So the Discord link is in the chat. If you're interested in joining Discord, remember, you have to have first name, space, last name or you'll be in restricted status, which is no fun at all. You don't really see much. So go ahead and join if you'd like. And I'd like to thank all of the educators in the panel. Thank you so much. Amazing. So great to have you. It makes this so real. Like it'd be one thing for a bunch of visual effects artists to all sit there, or media artists all talk about what schools should do. I think and I think that it getting the real world feedback of, hopefully we're helping, talk about what's possible. I think that it's this interaction between the educators and the forward thinking educators and the pie in the sky media creators. I think that there's this meshing that is really important and really powerful. So thank you so much for joining us. And thank you to everyone in the attendees for joining us, because you drive the show. You're the producers. So if you're not here driving the show, it won't be nearly the same show. So anyway, I really appreciate your contribution. And if we want to keep this going, we're probably going to soon, at least for now, probably go down to 1 hour for education to pack it into other things we're doing on Saturdays. But But if we want to grow it or do something else with it or whatever, the key for educators is just tell other educators. If there's a lot of people coming in, if I see surges coming in on that hour and we're running out of things to ways to handle it, then we'll keep on adjusting. Go ahead, Roscoe.
To all the teachers starting on Monday, have a great first week.
Yeah. Have a great week. Good luck. Come back with questions. Yes. Good work. And I put in the where to share the link to share if you want to bring other educators into the conversation. Have a great week. Come back with questions. And here's the thing: is when the question pops up, write it down. Like write it down immediately. Like when you're frustrated with something, you'll forget them by the time you get here on Friday or Saturday. See, Emily's got it sorted out. The key with making a lot of these things better is to write down in real time, because adrenaline it has an incredible ability of erasing everything before it. So as you have to be in that moment. I have a notepad, my notes open almost all the time, and I'm just constantly writing stuff in it because I got to put it somewhere. Otherwise I'll forget, and so anyway, thank you all.
Come
Have
back
a great
with
weekend.
questions and great stories of small victories.
Yeah, absolutely. Come back with questions and victories. Yeah, as to Chris's point. All right, thanks everybody. Take it easy. Oh, where did that come from? Very good. All right, tomorrow's the easy day. We'll just kind of hang out, chat, figure out what we're going to do next. All right, thanks everybody. Take care.